ornamental fence?
As soon as it started, I tried.
Where are they?
I don't know if it makes a huge difference, like, I was thinking
This is
maybe
not,
it's
honestly,
like timestamp.
ornamental
Like,
fence.
I think that'd be.
Is it a chain link fence?
If it's night, for example, it goes by, oh, okay, timestamp, 1 minute.
So I wanna go here.
And it's like, oh, there are some visitors.
So memorize that this isn't part of the YouTube. All they're saying is this.
No, I want that to be a
YouTube is
plus.
YouTube's after.
But if you want control over ours, you have control over ours.
I think that's just. I think that's just, like, I think it's gonna be.
You know, for software, I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed.
That's what. Oh, this is good, I mean, she's my. Additional properties. So I'll go check. Should be live. So I'll let you know. I'll go pull it up. It's usually also there's like a one.
I hear you're playing now.
I did not know that. You, like, I've seen this, like, JD Connect was going on, I had it, I was ready to watch it, I had fun to make sure it was still going. So like JD got up and left, and then we still going, and then a minute later, I was timing it to see how it was. So it's about a minute behind. But, yeah, I'll text you in a second.
When the food was handed.
She got 2 first place votes.
Do you know that there's a Grand Old Opry in Alaska?
No.
I didn't know.
Are you asking, is it your son who traveled there?
My son went to school there, so, yeah.
Tell him to take lots of notes on things to do.
Yeah, I've
I don't know
got
how much free time I'll have.
You could, that one time, like, not this, but like, you can see, right now, my back, like, sneeze. Like, you can hear the crowd, so I would say.
You want one?
I do.
I guess it's good to be in the right place at the right time.
Same sentiment. All right, so next step, if you need something, but I think you're good, I think you're ready to go. And
6:15, that's all I say, just.
I'll be I think you're good. I think you're all set.
I don't think.
All I have to do is do that and press play.
There wasn't a point when Lauren and I was supposed to all these meetings were quick.
Oh, I shouldn't. You
told me that.
Yeah,
believe it or not.
I don't press
For real?
it's just when we're done.
She's
pretty dedicated when we're done.
They're walking out, like, why do we need twice a month?
The good old days.
Oh, yeah.
You just turn it on up here, turn it on the actual microphone. Yep, it's good.
Good evening.
Perfect, perfect.
That should be here.
Yeah, it's just.
It's
Okay,
not,
there's
it's, we got a minute.
There's a play over at Washburn today.
There's a lot of cookies business.
Yeah, I think there's basketball, I think there's a play, and you got hockey, and you got the tree farm.
Yeah, there's a lot going
Not a
on.
lot of spots. With Hibbard being closed.
Yeah.
1 year.
Especially when yours results, so yours are not still there, mine are all. Yeah, we're like right there.
We've been talking about this, is it more environmental?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, good evening, commissioners and friends and neighbors. We'll start with the announcements. For those watching tonight's meeting via Diligent Community, the meeting is available live stream via the Diligent Community platform. Please note the chat feature is not monitored. Public comment is accepted in person, and a link to the video will be posted to the Diligent Community website immediately following this evening's meeting. To improve the sound while listening to the meeting, please turn up the volume on your computer and turn up the volume on the Diligent Community site. The meeting packet for tonight's meeting is located on the Diligent Community site itself. For those attending tonight's meeting in person, bathrooms are located in the foyer through the double doors. There are 2 emergency exits from the room, the door behind you and through the foyer. If you haven't already, please sign the white attendance sheet on the podium in the back of the meeting room. As a reminder, this is a business meeting, and the board asks for your cooperation to maintain decorum. Please be considerate and refrain from interrupting board members and other speakers. To improve the quality of sound, there is a boom microphone directed towards the commissioners, and the microphone likely will pick up additional audience noise and sidebar conversations. So with that, I'd like to call to order via roll call. Before that begins, I just would like to note that the committee of the whole meeting initially scheduled for November 30th, 2023 was canceled. Topics initially identified for the committee of the whole meeting have been folded into tonight's Winnetka Park District special board meeting. I now call to order the November 30th, 2023 special meeting at 6:01. Roll call.
Commissioner Hemmings?
Here.
Commissioner James?
Here.
Commissioner Rapp? Absent. Commissioner Root?
Oh, she's here.
Here, and Commissioner Rapp just walked
Commissioner
in.
Rapp just walked in.
Say here.
Here. Commissioner Root?
Here.
Commissioner Tyson?
Here.
Commissioner Lesson?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And at this point, may I have a motion to add President Commissioner Christina Cotto via phone to the meeting?
So moved.
Second. Discussion? Roll call?
Commissioner Hemmings?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner, that motion passes. Commissioner Cotto, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, she's joining the meeting at 6:02.
We should have, if we vote on things, we should do by roll call.
Oh, because she's on the, okay.
Commissioner Cotto, welcome. The next item on our agenda is remarks from visitors. I just would, before we begin, there has been some question about today's agenda process with specific reference to the proposed donation from the Ishbia Family Foundation. To clear any confusion, there is no vote today to accept or decline the proposed donation during this evening's meeting. I want to make that clear. Remarks from visitors. So this is your opportunity to address the board on any issue. When called upon, please come to the center position in front of the commissioners and stand at the podium. Speak loudly or into the microphone. State your name for the record and speak directly to the board. Per the Winnetka Park District's policy manual, as well as the Open Meetings Act and the State of Illinois Attorney General Public Access Counselor's Office, 2011, PAC 17388, please keep all comments less than 3 minutes. This is not a question and answer forum, as many of you know, so please do not expect a response or answer from the park board this evening. If you prefer to share your comments in writing, you may use the comment cards, which are available near the sign-in sheets. Any Park District staff will accept your card to be shared with the board. So with that, who would like to lead off remarks from visitors? Ted?
Sure.
the video dinner. So I'm excited I can come back with it. Hi, I'll go first. Hi, Ted Winichenko. Ooh, no camera. I'll put my camera. So anyway, I am here because, yes, of the ISHDA agreement and also the proposed plans. So the minor item is, of course, the plan of the improvements that's going to be submitted. And I noticed that the fence at the, I'm trying to get my timer going here. At the fence at the southern pier has been moved like onto this shoreline, perpendicular shoreline structure from below. But it's different, right? At Elder, there's like a railing around the area where people can go. At Centennial, that middle thing has a fence along only one side. So why the difference? The railing is there to protect people. The fence on one side to protect people? Is it there to keep dogs from scrambling up these huge boulders onto that path? There's only one reason that fence is there, and that is to make it more difficult for people to go south. And that is ridiculous. So by the way, when this gets to the Corps and to DNR, there's no shoreline protection from a fence. That they cannot. It represents an intrusion on the public trusts, on the public's right to access the beach. There's no way, I hope, that they'll ever approve a fence. But that's another issue. They don't care about the dog park. But the real thing is, and I'm going to be blunt, this agreement. What the? I mean, is it a joke? Is it a joke? I mean, this agreement. It seems like the only person that wrote the agreement was the other party. There is nothing in this agreement that is of any value to the Park District at all. It sets up for $3 million paid out over the course of a few years, maybe, if they like it and if they want to agree and go ahead. That for 100 years, the Park District is going to be responsible for maintaining the structure that has a useful life no less than 100 years. What structure on Lake Michigan has had a useful life of 100 years? I can't imagine it. For $3 million, effectively $30,000 a year for the next 100 years, the Park District assumes huge liabilities. And I mean, it's like, this thing looks like it was like written like by an elementary school student. There are errors in it. I was really confused by the 4-party notice in one of the sections. It looks like people are cutting and pasting from other documents. And I really want to know why this is on the agenda. This document is completely one-sided. It puts the Park District, future generations of Winnetkins, and everyone at incredible disadvantage. You give away the right for our children to decide what they want to do. Who knows if they're going to want a dog park 100 years from now? There's only, and the idea that this is ethical, like it includes, and that there's no benefit to the family foundation is a farce. This is a way for them to get the land swap. It's even better than the land swap because they get what they want, they get a buffer, they get more barriers, and it costs us money to maintain it for 100 years. I surely hope that nothing like this is approved. Thank you, Ted.
Who would like to speak next? Thanks, Ted. Please.
Good evening, Commissioners and audience. I'm Chuck Dowding. I live at 968 Elm Street. After reading the draft of the restricted donation between the Winnetka Park District and the ISHDA Family Foundation, I would have the following 3 major concerns if I were a Winnetka Park District board member. Certainly in light of the hoped-for ultimate result, which is the exchange of 261 Sheridan for parkland adjacent to 205 Sheridan Road, which is the major reason for this document in itself, even though it's not mentioned. So let me summarize those and I'll go into some detail. Number 1, use of a person financially connected to one of the parties as an arbiter. This is not a good idea. Plans A and B associated with the document are not those that are hoped to be constructed after the exchange. And therefore, the arbiter will control the design of the Centennial Park after the hoped-for exchange of 261 for parkland adjacent to 205 Sheridan, since there will have to be a change from those documents attached to this. And 3, tangible goods and services.
Excuse me, Chuck, we can't hear you. Thank you for the heads up. Is the microphone working? Simple notice would be helpful. Thank you. Sounds like it's working.
Okay.
There's plenty of seats up front if anybody would like to move up closer to hear the
Tangible
guest
goods and
speakers.
services will be provided to individuals connected to the Ishbia Family Foundation. Mr. Greg Seiler and his company, the designated arbiter, has been connected financially to the IFF through his association with the Orchard 2020 Trust. This makes him the representatives of one of the beneficiaries of the donation, as explained below. He's not an arbiter. Arbiters in legal matters are neutral and have no present or past financial relationship to the concerned parties. Detail for number 2. Under this donation agreement, Mr. Seiler will have control of the design of the hoped-for final configuration of Centennial Beach after the exchange. The only description of this hoped-for design are centennial structures defined in item 7 on page 5. These vague terms and lack of required adherence to the public trust doctrine leave great latitude for Mr. Seiler, who's given by this agreement complete control of any modification of the attached plans. Thirdly, tangible goods and services are being provided to the donated party, whether or not the exchange occurs. While there are no goods and services provided to IFF per se, there are goods and services provided to the Vice President of the Ishbia Family Foundation, who is a beneficiary of the Orchard 2020 Trust that owns property contiguous to Centennial Park. All of these 3 issues can be mitigated by modifying this document. It is my hope that you will do so to improve the chances of joining the 2 beaches as we all hope to be accomplished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chuck. I know there was, given a lot of traffic outside, there's been limited parking, a couple of events, so for the late arriving crowd, just to come back with a headline, we are not taking a vote on this donation agreement tonight. There is no vote associated with that this evening. And just to further clarify, this is the document that's been provided to us by the Ishbia Family Foundation. So this is the purpose of this meeting, is to share it and get feedback on it. So thank you. Back to remarks from visitors. Who would like to go next?
You can't turn the microphone up a little louder?
You're really, the person who's
Any other-
talking is projecting that direction. We're all here, and it's very hard to hear.
So returning to remarks from visitors. Following Chuck, would anybody else like to speak?
All right.
Randy Whitchurch, 143 Fuller Lane. I can't agree more with the previous speakers about this draft agreement. It's totally one-sided and ought to be rejected out of hand, flat out. One comment I would make is this one-sided draft agreement shows once again the kind of guy we're dealing with. It's power grasping and totally one-sided. We should reject his so-called no strings attached. I can't believe he'd submit this agreement after previously stating he would provide a no strings attached donation. This is a huge string. Following up on what Chuck said, this is an example of his power grab. He wants to appoint Greg Seiler as an independent arbiter. He's not independent. His consulting firm works for the Orchard 2020 Trust. I mean, give me a break. I also note in that same paragraph where he grants Mr. Seiler the title of arbiter, the Ishbia Family Foundation retains the sole right to appoint the arbiter. I mean, good grief. Now, the following points were given to me by an anonymous donor who could not be here tonight. There's 4 questions. Will the dog beach fence next to or on top of the breakwater dividing the Centennial Beach dog area from the human swimming area, or is it only on the side of the breakwater facing 205 Sheridan? 2, if the dog beach fence is on the property line and runs west to an elevation of approximately 584.5 feet, how will members of the public be able to access the steps over Ishpia's breakwater, which as of July were stated to be at an elevation of 581 feet? No one will be able to functionally use the steps over Ishpia's breakwater because the proposed fence would block them. People would have to try to climb over massive boulders in Ishpia's breakwater to get across. 3, what is the purpose of the access stairs at the toe of the bluff? 4, if to preserve access to public trust land, where do they lead if the stairs over the breakwater are at 581 feet? Now, one further point, this is my point. You guys make a point at the beginning of each of these question sessions that you won't respond to our questions during the meeting. So naturally, one would assume that you would respond sometime after the meeting. So on October 18th, I submitted 6 questions. It's November 30th. I haven't heard from anybody. So just in case you forgot what the questions were, I've got another copy here, and somebody can reach out to me and answer these questions at your, actually not at your convenience, at my convenience. I very much appreciate it. Who do I give this to, Eric? John. There you go.
Thanks, Randy.
You're welcome.
Continuing with remarks from visitors. Floor is open.
Yeah.
Now look, don't worry. Mary Garrison, 350 Ridge.
Hey, Mary, would you mind just trying moving that mic down a little bit, just to get it closer?
Better? No?
Maybe a little closer. When you get a little closer, it's better audibly.
I'll try this, tell me if you can't.
You're much better. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Mary.
This is not from me, this is from Lori Peterson. So I'd like to read her letter first. She was unable to attend tonight. Commissioners, I wish I could attend tonight's meeting to express in person how shocked and appalled I am by the proposed agreement with the Ishpia family. The Winnetka Parks are not for sale. Calling this a donation agreement is absurd. It is clearly designed to cater to the outrageous demands of a private party. The 100-year time frame is so unreal. It seems to be yet another bargaining chip in an endless series of bad faith negotiations. Please stop. If this were to go through, the name of Centennial Park would take on a terribly ironic twist. It would be really the Century of Shame Park. Please spare us and our descendants from this travesty. Laurie Peterson, 785 Lincoln Avenue, Winnetka. I'd like to just say a couple of things myself. I just laughed when I saw 100 years. I mean, it's outrageous. 1 month is also outrageous. No strings attached. That's what Mr. Ishpia's attorney did mention. Why did you not take grants? You didn't want oversight of this project. There is no question in my mind about that. Grants from the state of Illinois are given out, and I read them to you last year, and it's amazing. But yet you'll go after this $3 million and deal with this person? It's outrageous. And I really don't appreciate the fact that our lawyer has reviewed this and let this go through. It does not make sense to me. You're working for the board, maybe that's what they told you to do. I don't know. But it is outrageous to the citizens of this community, and you people just aren't really being square about all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Laurie Peterson. We had also received Lori's email before the meeting, so thank you, Mary, for sharing that again. Additional remarks from visitors?
Alessandra, are you going? Are you going?
You go.
Good evening. My name is Katie Stevens, and I would like to say that the plan that you have prepared has 3 walls that the Park District is proposing with the southern homeowners wall, with a total of 4 walls in the lake. We do not need to spend $3 million in rocks for the dog portion of the park. Per the public doctrine, we're allowed to walk the beach at the water line. How can I walk the water line if our access is at 584 at the bluff and the adjacent property access at 581 is at the water line? Will we traverse rocks and fences to have access? There have already been 3 lake accidents. We could not prevent access. Is this even legal? And we're putting a fence on top? We're back to 2020. Number 2, the taxpayers, all of us, you, to be Oprah, are the owners of the beach. There is no benefit to us. There's no united beach. Instead, it is the opposite. 4 walls and a fence does not unite the beach. Under what authority can the Winnetka Park District enter into an agreement that imposes a 100-year covenant for the use and development of a park and beach solely for the benefit of a private homeowner? What if there was a war in the next 100 years? We couldn't use the land unless we got permission. Aren't we the taxpayers? Don't we own the park? Are we allowing the park to be bought for $3 million? A homeowner decides the use and who can walk, play soccer, or what the programming is. It is my park, our park. We paid for the park, and it's for our use, not one person's. Is it legal to encumber a future board with this agreement? Is there a precedence for this in the village? How is this consistent with the fiduciary duty you owe to all of us as taxpayers in this park district? How can one homeowner tell our village what we do with our park? They can't. The board cannot sign a 100-year agreement or any year agreement with someone else when we pay the tax dollars. Does it seem legal? This appears to only benefit the southern homeowner. I would not do this for $100 million, $1 million a year, yet alone $1. What are the homeowner benefits? The homeowner benefit appears to be getting a tax deduction, control over what we do with our park. He gets the benefit of the improvements, which really doesn't seem right, and 70 feet of land. If the swap were to go through, this is clearly not what you have alleged for years. A swap for a swap. It's anything but. The homeowner gets his privacy he's been looking for from the beginning. The Parks Board said it was an even swap and called this meeting. We can't even understand the new drawings. I did not know till this evening there was a 3-pronged fence on the dog beach. There has been no opportunity to discuss this, and I feel we have been misled. The original statement regarding the donation, as they said no strings. What changed? Is the Park District so desperate for the money that it's willing to negotiate away its authority to maintain, protect, and preserve our parks and beaches for the next 100 years for $3 million? Well, it's not really $3 million because we've already spent $1 million on legal fees and other fees associated with drawings. Does the homeowner think it is fair or legal that we want this? Well, let me tell you, we do not. Do you think we want to deal with someone that has cost our taxpayers $1 million already? So we get $2 million? I feel like I'm on candid camera. Is someone going to pop up and tell me that this is a joke?
Any other remarks from visitors? Hi.
Alexandra Nichols, 900 Mount Pleasant. I think all of you know I have been attending these meetings for 3 years. I have never been more disappointed in an elected group of administrators than this group of commissioners. Not all of them, but there to me is a total lack of moral compass in this group. There does not seem to be a right ability for you all to decide what's right in the best interest of our village and our residents for which you were elected, and what isn't right. Two people on this commissioners board have a moral compass, Colleen and Cynthia. Other than the rest of you, I don't know, you seem to just bend for whatever Ishmael wants, and why, I don't understand. This is one resident in our village who has not been particularly pleasant to anybody. He's not added anything to our village. He's only asked for things, one thing after another, after another. This thing of saying no strings attached is a joke. There are so many strings attached to this offer, and it's not in the best interest. And why we would give up 100 years in an agreement with him, of all people, it's wrong. And if you go ahead and do that, I will just, look, I've almost lacked all of my respect for you now in your decision making, because it does not seem to me to be in the best interest for what you were elected to do. And other than a few people I trust completely, I'm really disappointed and worried about what you'll do in this outcome. 100 years is outrageous, and anybody's request, particularly Ishmael's, is like extortion. If you don't understand that, there's something wrong with you. Put it in context. It really is extortion. It's not an agreement in any way that is in our best interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Additional remarks from visitors? Evening.
My name's Robert Bucci. I've lived in town for 33 years. I'm
We can't
Hold on one second. Just, we've got some background noise here. Robert, sorry. Okay. Sorry about that.
Retired attorney, 34 years with the public defender's office. Still feel like I'm defending public. As a prefatory statement, we're very blessed to live in this community. We have beautiful parks and beaches. And it can get that way by accident. Go back 120 years. And you go back 120 years.
Hold on one second.
And the people that...
Robert, I'm sorry, would you just pull that microphone a little closer?
Okay.
Thank you.
When you go back 120 years and you see the people that formed this government, they were 100% pro-democracy. They didn't have any private interest groups, private interests. They were solely for the community as a whole. And you have the Park District policy manuals there. If you read it, you'll see it's replete with references that the committee be guided solely to reflect the views of the community as a whole. That is an underlying premise that should be the basis of your guiding star in whatever you do. That's why you're here, to serve the public. The policy manual also sets precedent for dealing with land transactions. If you go back to 1905, you will see that there was a referendum on the purchase and sale of land. At the very least, if you're guided by the premise that your actions are to reflect the view of the community as a whole, how do you do that? Well, you do it through the survey that they provided, a comprehensive survey that you can use to your advantage, and in my opinion is underutilized and under-adhered to. So if that's the setup and that's the precedent, how do we come here today to discuss a land transaction that didn't get on the survey? Or there was no referendum? We shouldn't be here. And I had pointed out earlier that when you don't put things on the survey, it violates at least 15 different caucus rules. And I don't know if, I mentioned this to you before, I don't know if anyone checked it out. And it basically helps kill democracy, because that's the only way the people of this community can voice their opinions. We don't vote in ballots, we have a survey. If you don't put this on the survey, you kill democracy. Now, so my feeling is that these transactions with a private citizen, whom by the way, the policy also forbids that any of your actions inure to the benefit of a private citizen. They must be for the whole of the community, the whole of the public. And these definitely inure to the benefit of one person. This policy shouldn't be made by this board and Mr. Ishbia. These decisions should be answered by the community of Winnetka. We're the ones that should be making this decision, not Mr. Ishbia and not you. I would like to also comment on the document, the purported document that's entitled and captioned agreement. Normally, documents and captioned agreements are contracts, and one must look at what is the consideration for this contract. It's more a conditional gift. There has been some rhetoric saying that this is not a conditional gift, that it's an outright gift. And I noticed three things about this document. Number one, it's totally ambiguous. It's wrought with ambiguities. And one of the biggest ambiguities is the self-contradictory statements in it. It purports to be an unconditional gift. And it has many restrictions and covenants, all which inure to the benefit of Mr. Ishmael. So this is not an unconditional gift. This is a conditional gift. It's not an outright gift. It's a conditional gift. It's also illusory.
Robert, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
Would you mind just concluding your
All right.
comments?
It's also illusory, this document. We shouldn't even be considering it to begin with, but on its face, it should be, it's null and void. It's ambiguous. One final comment. I know you have the policy, you made reference to it. I would direct your attention to section 4.12. Let me take that back. Section 4.38. 4.38 is in caption remarks from visitors and public comments. It states right there unequivocally that questions can be addressed to the board. I mentioned this last time. I don't know if anybody checked it out, called me out on it. If anybody looked it up or bothered to look it up. It says we have the right to ask questions at these board meetings. Section 4.38. We have the policy there. You can check it out while I'm standing here. But I mentioned this before, and I don't see why people have not been allowed to ask questions when it seems in plain English, unequivocally. Maybe you can comment on that before I sit down, or comment on it before this meeting ends. But it seems plain English. It says that visitors can address questions to the board. What am I missing here?
Robert, we are 3 minutes overtime. You are permitted to ask questions to the board. The policy is around the board responding, and I'm violating that right now, so I'm dictating it back to you.
Well,
And I'm not, I will ask staff to look up the policy, 4.38, and we'll have somebody on staff follow.
And I want to point to you, it's
That's the reason?
further- it makes absolutely no
Please.
sense to say
I-
we're allowed
Commissioner
to ask.
James?
Yes.
I would invite everyone to please stick around. We often address answers to the questions that we hear during public comment during the board's discussion of those specific topics. All too often, visitors come to the meeting and they leave not sticking around to hear the answers that we provide. So I would like you to invite you to please stay so you can listen to the board's discussion, which will no doubt cover responses to many of the questions asked.
Yeah, I understand that. However, I think there's a lot of latitude when you read that paragraph that infers that the time for asking the questions is during the time of public comment. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me why you would let people ask questions and then not answer them and make them wait an hour and a half. It seems like the appropriate time to answer the question is when it's asked.
Commissioner Rapp, you are our policy expert. Would you mind taking that away and having us review it?
Sure.
We're not in a-
As
As again, remember, we're not a question and answer environment, but we'll take that away, Robert, so thank you. Other remarks from visitors? Please.
I'm sorry, no, you go next, I was going to do something else.
Linda Welch, thank you for letting us speak. I am just so upset with what I've been reading today, and I would like to say that it's really important, I feel, that the Park District serve the people of Winnetka. We have spent so much time and money on one person. There's thousands of people in this community. We don't have any idea what's going on with the land swap, which drives me crazy. I really don't believe we ever should have entered into it. It's dormant, it's expired, does it even exist? All of this is dependent, everything we're talking about, on the land swap, and I don't believe that it really is going to happen, or could you tell us if it's going to happen? That's my most important point, number one, what's going on with that, and number two, could we focus on the people of Winnetka, and number three, could we consider walking away from the land swap? Could we consider walking away from this donation? Could we take the house by eminent domain and focus on the people of Winnetka? Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Hi, good evening.
Sherry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sherry Molitor, 1133 Scott, Winnetka. I've been attending these meetings for about 2.5 years on and off when I could, and I'm really confused. You know, I follow it pretty closely. You know, first it was told, and it was told by, she's not here, but Cynthia, Christina Cotto, that the focus was just on get Alder open, get Alder open, get Alder open, which should be done, and actually could have been done by now, or by at least 24. And then we have, well, we're gonna do it all together. And now we're gonna add these rocks and that rock, and put a fence on top of some breakwater. None of this without any measurable public approval. You've heard me talk about that a lot. John Peterson said we're not going to referendum because we don't have to. We all do things that we don't have to do, but we do them because we should. You need to get a clear plan with dollars, current cost associated, and put it in front of the public. Let us decide, right? Good idea, novel idea? That's the way to do this, and there's no other way. But for whatever, I suspect you don't want to do it because you know what your answer is and it won't happen, and the community won't approve it because it's not necessary. It's a pet project, and there are other things to do with the funds that would enhance this park district a lot more than what this plan is that no one seems to understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Any additional comments, remarks from visitors? Excuse me.
Yeah, this is not from me.
Are you back?
By popular demand.
Is it an email that has been submitted to the board?
No.
Okay.
And I knew the other one was, but she asked it if you read for the records.
Okay.
At least I don't think so. That's what I'm told.
All right. We read them all.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Chris Scheisheim, and she says, can you please ask these two questions for the record? How far out into Lake Michigan the dog fence would extend as it runs along Ishbia's breakwater measured from the water line? These are probably coastal questions. The second question is, how far the southern dog fence would be from the base of Ishbia's breakwater? Are those clear?
I've got them down.
Okay.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Other questions? Additional remarks from visitors? Please.
I'm going to assume the worst. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with my
Can you
voice.
identify yourself?
Oh, sorry, Joanna Karatzis. I live in Providence. And I'm going to assume the fence runs on top of the breakwater all the way to the end of the breakwater into the lake, towards the lake. I'll ask a question to everybody. Raise your hand if you've ever seen a dog swim 50 yards out into the lake, go over to a breakwater and start scaling the boulders. Yeah, I think we're sitting here, we haven't had a complete collapse of our critical faculties. It's unbelievable, and Katie's right, we are right back to the louvered fences that Christo could be raised from the dead, wrap in a fabric, and it wouldn't make it any better. So, a fence isn't necessary. When I looked at Montrose Harbor and the dog park there, they advertise that the fencing is not a total seal. You know, according to the lake, the dogs can kind of, to the lake levels, the dogs can, you know, run around it. So I really question a lot of the fencing necessity. I mean, I question the whole plan. I question, you know, I agree with all the other people about the donation that isn't really a donation. I wonder how taxing authorities will think about it. But anyway, that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Joanna. Additional remarks from visitors? Last chance? All right, seeing none. We'll move on to agenda item number 3, communications. John?
Some articles within the packet regarding the Elder Centennial plans, and then also the results from the caucus session that was a couple of weeks ago. That's it.
Thank you. Moving along to unfinished business, we're going to turn to 4.1, the Elder Lane Beach Improvement Permit Application and Centennial Beach Improvement Permit Application with Costa.
Thank you, Eric. This evening, as discussed previously at the November 16th board meeting, or excuse me, committee meeting, no, board meeting, apologize. Circling back with the park board based on information that we received at that meeting and post that meeting. I've had an opportunity to review comments and questions that came in from the public as well as from some of our commissioners. Have reviewed those comments and questions with our permit team, both Matt Wright with Red Barn as well as John Shapika and his staff from Shapika Associates, and have adjusted the permits accordingly based on the information, the discussion, and what is relevant to these permits as we look to them as the regulatory bodies that they are permitted for. The permits are not necessarily being driven by the public. They're being driven to present the information to the regulatory authorities so they can opine, review, and decide what can and cannot be permitted for each independent project, both Elder Lane Beach as well as Centennial Beach. There's not a lot of great review for agenda item 4.1 in regards to the summary, but basically at this time, staff is seeking park board approval to continue on pursuing the permit process and submittal of those permits to the agencies, barring any other further questions that come up in agenda items 4.2 or 4.3. So if I can ask any questions as it relates to the summary, otherwise we can roll into the next agenda item and review those questions as it relates to independent permits.
Yes, Commissioner Root.
Mr. Catullis, I tried to meet with you, and I know you've been very busy, and we've had also Thanksgiving. But one of my questions is the process, and I understand, in fact, I was bold and I reached out to Mr. Bayham, the village manager, because I don't understand the process. And I understand each of us received a memorandum from Mr. Bayham where he indicated that before any applications for permits are filed with either the Corps or the IDNR, that the Park District needs to appear before the village. Am I correct on that?
Per ordinance MC 052023, which is the lakefront construction permit, it does state in there that the requirement for the Park District to submit applications to the village engineer in advance of filing applications with any of the permitting agencies of the covered construction to allow the village an opportunity to identify any issues or concerns related to the covered construction. That is correct. We are following suit in regards to the obeyance period that is currently in process for the steep slope bluff zone, which is currently set to end April 6th, 2024. It was the direction given to staff by the park board through the October 19th discussions for them to continue on with the process in order to try to progress the project permits to try to get the park sites open sooner. So the direction staff was following was given by the park board and moving forward. We've had an opportunity to discuss this further with the village, and as we move in, I think there's further discussion to be had in regards to the process.
Well, then it may be inappropriate for me to speak at this point, but that's never stopped me before. I guess I look at this and we are spending money with consultants. Wouldn't it be prudent, and this is a question for staff and for other commissioners, wouldn't it be prudent to sit down with the village at this point, show them what you have, and get their input and comments before we continue to spend time and money on perfecting applications that may have to change because our village says, or they say, we suggest this or that. It's just a question. As I understand, you had a meeting, did you not, with 2 trustees and staff this week, isn't that correct?
I've had several meetings this week, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think.
Can I help answer that? Please. In order for the Park District to engage in the process the village regulations require, the Park District has to file an application. It has to have a set of plans that is presenting to the village. The village is not going to be the co-applicant with the Park District. They have to react to what we present to them. They're not going to be our design consultant for us. So as Mr. Catula said, as part of the lakefront regulations that were adopted last spring, the Park District will reach consensus on the plans, and we will enter the regulatory process by having a meeting with them to review the plan's consistency with the lakefront regulations, so that we can identify whether any adjustments need to be made before we submit them to IDNR and Army Corps. The directions and authority the Park District has given staff in the past directs them to file applications with all applicable regulatory agencies, but does not specify in what order they have to do it in. And so proceeding with the village's process first is consistent with all prior resolutions that the board has adopted.
May I respond, please? It is my understanding, having reviewed the formal record and having served on this board since June of 2021, that there were many, many meetings, provisional meetings with the IDNR and the Corps, starting sometime in late 2020, where you would go in as staff and you'd show them to get comments back. I guess that's where I'm headed. Before the final applications, this is for the old plan, were filed in February of 2021. You had many meetings with these agencies and took back comments. What I'm trying to understand is why you would not at this point want to do this at the village level.
Yeah, we do. Sure, and then I'll just provide an amendment to the motion.
I'm happy to speak, it's Christina.
Yeah, Commissioner.
I'm happy to speak because
I was going to talk too, but.
Hold on one second, Warren. John, would you be able to turn up the volume there? Hold on, Christina, 1 second. I'm just trying to get the volume up here.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So Costa and I met with 2 trustees on Wednesday, and it was very clear that
Wednesday as in yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
yesterday.
And we were encouraged to submit for special use and lakefront.
Hang on for a second. John's wheeling over the microphones that you can be heard.
The phone's never easy.
Yeah.
I've been there. No, I just answered.
All right. Try now.
Okay.
Can you guys hear better?
Trustee Katulis and I had meetings yesterday with trustees, and we were strongly encouraged to immediately, today, next day, submit first to the village for special use and for lakefront construction permits. And that is what we intend to do, because this has been a fluid set of new ordinances from the village. And so we want to be responsive to the village's clear instruction that we received yesterday. I hope that satisfies that question. We have been in regular contact. Staff has been in regular contact with their staff. And we believe that now we understand the right way to start, which is at the village level. I hope that's clear to everyone. It does represent a slight change in our strategy, but by no means were we in any effort trying to go to one side or the other, simply responding to the fluidity of the newer ordinances from the village, and we received specific clarification yesterday, which we are happy to observe.
Thank you, Christina. Warren?
Sure.
You don't need this.
I don't need it, Mike. For a little further clarification. In June of '22, permit applications were withdrawn. We held a series of meetings. On October 19th of 2022, this board passed 9 different motions narrowing the focus of the plan. That recognized that because Mr. Ishbia purchased another property, a lawsuit had been filed, we weren't moving forward with the exchange agreement, we said this board needs to move forward, fix what's broken at Elder, execute on the plan for Centennial, and move forward independent of Mr. Ishbia. There was a straw poll taken at the time. The board favored Centennial 6, which has largely represented what we have today, a dog beach at the south end. We all understood dog beach has been there for 27, now going on 28 years, and that the community responded that we wanted a dog beach. Where best to put it? Where it is today. I could go on as to the dog beach issues. That was October 19th. We held open houses in January, March, and April, where we presented a variety of plans and continued to narrow the focus. We then went to a resolution in May that lists the entire process, how we arrived at the plans that we did, and that resolution and the plans authorizing us to go in for permit was passed on March 25th, 2023. On June 30th, the Village of Winnetka introduced 4 ordinances that affected the lakefront. They also, one of those was a moratorium. The passage of those ordinances had impact on our designs. So we spent the summer going over and into the fall, going over additional plans to address the specific requirements that were set forth by the village, but there was still great uncertainty as to the permit process. Remember, we were ready to move forward May 25th. Village acted in June 30th into July, passed 4 ordinances that affect our design. We subsequently made further modifications, lowering the height, straightening out the groins, reducing this, but all independent of Mr. Ishbia. That's where you had phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. That was the subject of the May consideration. It evolved to October. This October, we presented our plans. Costa staff, everybody was here, big presentations by Lakota, Red Barn. Shavika came and did some explanations subsequently as well. That's what we are considering. Those and all this time, the village said, come to us when you have a plan. Come to us when you have a plan. We have a plan. And that is the plan that is being advanced. Because they are 2 separate parks, 2 separate pieces of property, there is a permit application for Elder, there's a permit application for Centennial. They are independent of one another. They are intended to address specific issues at each of those beaches. A substantial change was made at Elder. We are using the existing roadway down, expanding it temporarily for construction access, and then improving it for permanent access. But there is no further change to the bluff. That is one impact on the steep slope, but it impacts the existing roadway. We are continuing with the ADA access path at Centennial. That has been a feature for a very long time, and it was an important element of the Lakefront Master Plan that was, part and parcel. And I want to read something about handicap or ADA access. Elder Lane Beach is a single handicap parking space at the base of a steep driveway. The driveway is far outside of compliance with ADA standards. Moreover, in order to utilize the parking space, a beach patron must call ahead to the Park District to unlock and open the gate. Elder does not embrace the principle of universal design. Universal design is the design of buildings, products, or environments to make them accessible to people regardless of age, disability, or other factors. It is a design process that increases the potential for developing better quality of life for a wide range of individuals. It addresses common barriers to participation by creating things that can be used by the maximum number of people possible. The WPD has explained on many occasions that Centennial Park is unique among our 5 public beaches by virtue of the low bluff and the long expanse of shoreline, making it suitable for an accessible path to the beach. The Park District's plans for Centennial incorporate universal design principles, providing a continuous accessible pathway from Sheridan Road to the end of the new pier and the viewing area on the lake. The plan includes multiple opportunities to enjoy panoramic views of the lake, whether from the mid-bluff landing, which is currently not ADA accessible, on the boardwalk level, or all the way onto the lake and the new breakwater. In addition, the design includes an accessible ramp to the beach, where a beach mat may allow patrons with differing abilities to enter the lake directly. The Park District's long-term vision for Elder includes the removal of the old pier and the relocation of the storm sewer outfall pipe, thus the importance and the efficacy of constructing the breakwater at Centennial. The Centennial breakwater with integrated pier serves multiple purposes. It provides access onto the lake for people of all abilities. It creates proper separation between the dog beach and the swimming beach, and it arrests the littoral drift of sand along the lakeshore, creating a usable swimming beach on the balance of Centennial. There can be no misunderstanding that the Park District's approved plan for Centennial Park and Beach embraces the principle of universal design and affords far greater opportunities to more people than what is presently available at Elder Beach. It's a win-win. The plan for Centennial maintains a dog beach. It provides access along the lakeshore by bypassing it. Somebody can walk along the lake, go around the dog beach, and continue on Centennial without any gate or any fence. They go up and around, and that was the essence of the design. The dog beach was created in 1995. Winnetka promulgated its leash laws in 2007. 12 years later, the dog beach does not comport with the leash laws, which is why today you're supposed to have your dog on leash. It's not acceptable for this park district to promote scofflaws. It is your choice as an individual as to whether or not you take your dog off leash or not. You know your dog. You know if your dog's going to attack another human or another dog. That's your responsibility. That is not a risk the park district could take. We've been advised by Paderma. We've been advised by Cook County. There are fences required for off-leash dog parks. That's consistent with the Cook County ordinance. This is an elegant solution that utilizes the park district's existing steel groin as a barrier. There is a space between the park district steel groin and Mr. Ishbia's groin that is presently under construction, fully approved by the IDNR and Army Corps in the village of Winnetka. That gap between the two will allow patrons to go around the dog beach, and it preserves the opportunity for the dog beach in the future. It then also addresses a fundamental issue. For the past 28 years, 27 and counting, Centennial Beach has been fenced, gated, and locked for the exclusive use by the plus or minus 305 dog beach pass holders. That represents less than 7% of the households in Winnetka. That's 520 feet of beach, or 21% of our usable beachfront. The Park District passed a motion in October of 2022 that said we should have a dog beach. It should be not less than 170 feet, not more than 270 feet. The current design allocates 240 feet of beachfront for that purpose. I have 2 dogs. They love the water. They love the dog beach. But we need to do it properly. So this plan, I hope you'll study it. It allows people to bypass, doesn't violate, remember, it's a guideline. It's an IDNR guideline that says where possible, provide passage along the lake. There are many impassable conditions. We documented them back in 2020, 2021. We studied the 16 properties to the south and the 43 properties to the north. There are many impassable conditions along the lakefront. We've made both ends of Elder and Centennial passable by people that wish to walk the beach. That's a separate issue. We've addressed it. The dog beach is an independent issue. We've addressed that. And we've also corrected what I perceive to be a fundamental violation to the public trust doctrine by now allowing public access to Centennial Beach to all beachgoers. That fence, gate, and lock that's at the top of the bluff will be moved down to the boardwalk level, which will secure the dogs but allow people to pass freely. I think it's an elegant solution. It has nothing to do with Mr. Ishbia. Mr. Ishbia offered this donation, no strings attached. We heard it here. We'll get into that discussion later, but the design was developed by this board to address multiple issues. With respect to Elder, it's a separate story. Elder has deficiencies that need to be addressed. Both beaches have what I've observed and Cynthia has observed, broken concrete, old wooden pilings, many hazards that have to be removed. Broken gabion baskets, that's what we're trying to do. We can't do it without a permit. So we've now spent the money and the time to properly design, develop these permits. They're now ready for submittal. I'm pleased that the village has recognized that their steep slope moratorium only impacts the Elder Drive aisle and the 88 access path. And they've now invited us to submit these permit applications to the village so that we can go through the special use process that was only recently enacted. None of this was required of the Park District for Lloyd. It only came about recently when the village, earlier this year, advised that they were extending their zoning boundaries per their rights to cover a half-mile out into the lake. That's when we got word that we were going to have to go back through the special use permit. We've been awaiting further clarification. We now have it, as you heard from President Kodo, so now we're going to go through the process. There will be more opportunity and more presentations. I'm sure we'll go before the Plan Commission, possibly the ZBA, Design Review Board, and the Board of Trustees. But the ability to do that now, to keep this process moving forward so we can properly reopen Elder, that's the process. That's what we're going through. These are thoughtfully considered plans. They have nothing to do with the land swap. They were specifically designed to be independent of that. It preserves the opportunity to somehow unite the beaches in the future, but it addresses our immediate concerns. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Warren. Commissioner Rapp?
I just wanted to circulate the comments that I had sent to Costa previously. And also, I have included a
Thank you.
reference, you might need one on this side, to,
There's two documents.
yes, there's two documents. So I think that Coastal will probably address some of them, but I wanted other members of the board to have them to know, because I think we might also not address all of them. Also, I had circulated an older ordinance, M14/2001, which is a special use permit that is relevant to Elderly Park, which actually governs the use of the park today. And I think it's instructive and helpful to just have a view for members of the board and maybe others on how that process has looked in the past for a property that we are currently considering. And so I don't want to go back to questions
I
that.
hate to interrupt, but did that tile just move? I don't want somebody to get hit by that ceiling tile.
Yep, it did.
That tile just moved. So you
Right
might,
over yours.
right over your head, Alan and Linda, you might want to move.
Can I get on the chair and take it down?
I just don't want to get hit in
Two
the head.
of them, two of them.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right over you. That's over you.
Better call for
There's
I don't
There's
know.
more seats over here.
Married to a lawyer.
We're talking the tiles off the
With the
ceiling.
no, thanks, give me your card.
I promise I wasn't that comfortable.
No, you were good.
And Christina, John, and Denise, I just emailed you a soft copy.
Thank you, Commissioner Rapp.
Oh, wow, that's.
And Costa, you have, or do you want
Yeah.
me to share with
I have
you?
everything. I have the,
Sherry, I don't want you to get hit in the head.
Yeah, you all
You
should
see
do
that
it.
ceiling tile?
I would not sit over there, given this part.
Yes, it's definitely.
Plenty in the front row.
Around, I'm good, thanks. How do you see around the press district?
Mitigation in action.
Can I insist I
We can
grab
spend your money
like
on
10
that.
mile away
Yeah.
to pick up?
Yeah, you want it?
I-
Thank you.
Let's take a moment.
Take a minute, take care of that.
Take a time out here. Never seen that.
Go to referendum.
No, that was the engineering eye.
honestly can't.
You didn't have a nice.
It's funny because we have complimentary eyes for detail. But that one was good. Oh, I hope
Today?
not.
That's what I thought.
But it hasn't rained in a couple of days.
No, it doesn't look wet.
Yeah, snow, you're right. The snow is.
You can see watermarks. Let me share. Oh, right.
I bet it is.
No, you go ahead. Here, Jim, here. I'll and I are going to share. You take yours.
Is this for the video?
You're going to share.
Yeah, the whole thing's.
It's just,
There's a lot of deferred maintenance. I think let's take this opportunity to notice. Green Bay Trail, put there. Other stuff is
Rose, do you want a spot?
You want to get now? Yeah, John looks good.
Yeah, John, where's John? Oh, there you
You
go.
got it.
Wow.
I'm leaving, but
Thank you.
you could say, we're planning on there isn't a one person, one open place for one. Nobody wants the AD, nobody wants the board. How do you want someone handicapped to go up and over? Well, first of I could sue him for $3 million. That would have been a better plan. Then donate it back. You know, it's- It would have been a wiser idea.
I'm going to share this on with tomorrow, so I can't say it right now. Yeah, because it was going to be.
All right, should we resume with that unexpected interruption? I think we're done with 4.1, correct, Costa?
Yes.
So I'm going to turn it back to you.
Perfect.
You're really on the spot tonight. So this is consideration of Elder Lane Beach Improvement Permit. In light of the conversation, may I have a motion to direct staff to move forward with the Village of Winnetka special use permit process for Elder, independent of Centennial, before submission of any documents to any regulatory agencies.
So moved.
Second.
So discussion?
Eric, thank you. As discussed previously and presented at the November 16th meeting, there were questions and comments that came about for both permits as we're discussing Elder Lane here. Cynthia Rapp, I know you had passed around your comments. I'd be more than willing to go over any comments or questions that the board has, and we could review through those. Otherwise, I'll open it back to the park board with any questions that they have to review.
Commissioner Root?
You know what would be helpful, seeing that you did not have time this week, understandably, to meet with us, is if you would put up on the board your application and tell us the changes that you made, because I submitted comments to you, not as detailed as Commissioner Rapp, but it would be helpful to know what changes you made, so that we have and I think it would help everyone to see what the changes were made since the last presentation. Can you do that?
I don't have them available to be distributed or to put up on the screen, but I can definitely talk those through with the comments that were made specifically through both lists of questions, and then the responses that I had from our team that worked on putting this back together and addressing those concerns. So, Colleen, I'll start with the comments that you submitted Wednesday, November 22nd, and then Cynthia, we can move on to the questions that you had submitted.
Thank you.
You bet. So the first question that I had was, these applications have no reference to the joint application for United Beach with the louvers and the planter pockets that was filed in February of last year, and both the WPD staff and certain board members have repeatedly stated in the public meetings that this new effort was solely one of the WPD with no separate applications. This is without a United Beach and is without input from Orchard 2020 and includes dramatically altered beach designs. So the information on the wording, as was noted previously, has been changed under the project description, item 2, that has been tweaked as we discussed at the last board meeting and in reference to the comments from yourself and Cynthia. So that has been addressed.
May I make one comment on that?
Yep.
It still references that the original applications were withdrawn as a result of public comment and desire. The applications were also withdrawn because we made a representation that we had concluded a property exchange agreement at the time they were filed, and I think it needs to be clarified with these agencies that we have yet to conclude this exchange agreement. I would recommend that be added.
So we talked through that at length, Matt, John, and I, and the reason that it is indicated through the permit process that it is the permit the permitters at this point, us being the permittee, their identification or review of the site is specifically for what is being constructed now. What had happened in the past is good information, but the plan in front of us today takes no consideration with a joint application, takes no consideration with another third party, with the sole exception of having support from those neighboring adjacent neighbors. That's it. So that was the reason that we did not include the language as discussed, but we tweaked it to make sure that we included the information as it was related to this sole permit for each independent project.
May I ask a question? Have you received your letters of support from Mr. Edwardson?
We have not yet. We expect those to be forthcoming. And we are planning on not submitting, of course, until we have all letters and all information as well.
And have you secured your easement across 261 Sheridan?
We have not. We have. There has been a request put into that, and I believe that is being discussed as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. The second one, please remove all links to applications, prior design, and WPD website are movie from the current effort, as it is confusing both in the regulatories as well as the public. Since the departure of one of our marketing team members, Kate Erickson and I have reviewed the website in great detail. We have put together a list of things that need to be changed or altered. Kate is currently working on those. I would expect those to be done by early next week. including the project document, or the project documents as it relates to the entire project. We're reviewing and updating that too. So the project plans, previous plans, all the open house meetings and visualizations from those, the renderings, the cues for the renderings to include all the visual components in regards to the heights, the type of the person as it's being viewed from what location. That is all being addressed, and we're going to try to get that done early next week. Monday's our goal, but bear with us to be pleased. We're still working through that with a single person in our marketing team. The next item here, also please remove any reference to the application, narrative concerning the public's lack of support for the property exchange agreement. We are aware that one citizen's lack of support would have no data or detail by which to draw a conclusion. So that has been completed and that has been removed. What do we know? What we do know is over the 1,800 residents were not pleased with the metal louvers, planter pockets, and fenced beach and prevent the ability for public access to walk the beach. Any reference of these applications is as cemental should be removed from this application narrative. So we removed them from the cemental piece of that, and we have pulled that back. I am also curious as to why there is now dog fencing on Centennial proposed breakwater. You will recall that the placement of materials on top of the breakwater created a theory with the public last year, for which I expect the public still is sensitive. So that's not a new inclusion. That's something that we've talked through, that's something that we've identified, and that was something that was approved in the October 9th plans through the schematic plan designs. We had talked to that at length. You might remember that Scott even noted the previous work that was done at Tower with the dog committee, and we referenced a height of 54 inches. So our planned project as it's designed has 100 feet of fencing on the south property line addressed on top of the existing steel groin, which leaves about 12 feet of buffer for people to walk beyond north and south. From there, we have 54 inches of fencing. We haven't identified the exact material. We did share with different material opportunities in regards to some project imagery that we did with the last submittal, and we'll finalize that once we get to that point. But as it's related to the regulatory agencies that we're submitting to now, we just need to note on there what is being proposed. So we have done that.
Mr. Catullis, my concern is the fencing that is on what we now call a pier, the central breakwater in Centennial. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, but as of September, the drawings as of September did not have the fence on the stone. And then on October 19th, suddenly we've got a dog fence instead of being adjacent to this the stone breakwater in the middle of Centennial. Now suddenly it is on top of the breakwater, and I apologize, I do not recall you or the experts pointing that out with any specificity. So I actually noticed it.
We did discuss that, and just to refresh everybody's recollection, it was originally proposed in the beach where it would have to be constructed within the body of the stone, which makes it practically very challenging to construct the fence in the stone, and then it would also be subjected to wave action and potential damage. So it was, the beginning part of the fence was actually on the beach, and then it came up out onto the walk. We decided in a prior meeting, discussed it and presented in the plans to show it as a railing on the south side of the pier improvement, where it could be a more consistent design with the railing that has been proposed on the boardwalk. Again, the details of that's not subject of an Army Corps permit so much as it is a design review detail. So as we go through the process, we will have another bite at that apple. The Army Corps and the IDNR, they're not focused on that level of specificity. Our issue is proper enclosure of the dogs Where's the most aesthetically appropriate, and where's it gonna survive?
With all due respect, let the record reflect that I do not recall any detailed discussion on this. And it would have been
It
in
was in the
October.
presentations, Colleen.
And I will go back and
Detailed
review the tape.
presentations.
My concern is, we are so worried about those dogs. And my concern is, I did understand we had a rail. And I thought the railing was, we're gonna have a walkway out, was to protect our patrons who are walking out from falling. That's what I do recall. So I apologize if I misunderstood. But again, what's somewhat ironic is that as of January of this past year, we had steel groins that went out and then the stone. And now suddenly and that was deemed at that time in January, because I pulled the plans from the January workshop, that was deemed to be sufficient with a fence to keep the dogs at bay. And now suddenly we have this huge, stone structure. And what I'm trying to figure out is why that is necessary in the middle of a beach. I don't comprehend that.
We're going backwards.
Yes, we are, but we are going backwards.
Well, we passed a resolution on May 25th, including phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We passed a resolution October 19th that included this plan. And in respecting the principle of board unity, all these discussions have been had. We passed it by a motion of 5-2. The purpose of this review is requested by you to ensure the plans submitted for permit are in conformance with the resolution passed.
The request for the review is simply because we have had so much work and so little time, and this was to be a committee of the whole meeting, and now it is a special board meeting, so we can expedite voting and approving.
No,
What I'm
that's,
trying-
that is an inaccurate
Excuse me.
statement.
What
It's
I
an
am-
inaccurate statement.
Let me finish my comment.
Commissioner James, please let Commissioner Root finish up her comments.
What I had hoped was tonight, Mr. Catulus would be ready to show us exactly what had changed so we could quickly understand it, and then we could move forward with a formal vote. I'm disappointed that that is not the case. But again, I understand you've had very limited time. And I'm trying to also, the public can't even find these plans. I get numerous calls from the public asking, where do I go to find the most recent plan? It changes all the time. So I appreciate what you're doing in trying to update our website, because I think that's going to be very helpful. Thank you.
All the current plans are part of Diligent Community, and they're tagged in with any of the line items that are part of the packet. So anybody who would like to access those, they can be accessed through Diligent on the meeting that they were presented, as well as the information that was presented that evening. Continuing on, with respect to the Elder application, we would hope that Matt Wright could provide additional engineering technical support for the need of the northern breakwater perpendicular to the Elder Lane Pier, as the Elder Lane Pier will be repaired. So he did include that information in there. Once again, the perpendicular drawing that is going out at Elder now on the north side is being done so to protect the beach. It's been done to help with breaking of our wave action, as well as the sand collection and retention of that beach by design. It is not as functional as it once was with the curved structure, but is intended for those purposes to help preserve the beach and sustain the beach during high and low lake levels. During low lake levels, we'll always have a beach. During the high lake levels, that's the chance when we will not. And it's these elements as designed, as well as the centennial structure, that will help preserve those beaches as part of that design.
And he has submitted additional engineering report and data that shows that this indeed will preserve and protect the bluff.
It's based on his review and his explanation of that. There is not a report per se. Matt has opined on that, reviewed, and put his information into the permit as requested.
Thank you.
The next one, or the next question and comment, we have yet to have a peer review of either Elder Lane or Centennial Beach designs, despite the motion and vote on such last October. That motion and vote that was passed secured the information that we had with our new team, as well as our future review as completed from the villages ordinance that was passed March 21st, 2023, ordinance NC 05202023. Part of their review, they bring in their own third-party coastal consultant that will review this as well. So that will have a component from the village's internal team for review, as well as a external, I believe they use Baird as their resident expert. Caleb Barth, I believe, is the gentleman on staff, but that might change by the time that we get to this. I couldn't tell you, but that will be reviewed in a third-party review. Not formally through the park board or the park district, but there will be another set of eyes from a coastal expert as part of this review process. The next question you have here, I would also think that you should have additional justification for moving forward with the construction of 2 stormwater pipes in the northern breakwater, pending the village's East Winnetka stormwater study and review, which I did not see yet in the village's 2024 proposed budget. I did have a chance to speak with village engineer James Bernal. He indicated that they are working towards their review. Right now they are going out, for RFP for that process. I couldn't tell you much more than that at this point in time because they are currently undertaking that process. But based on previous reviews and based on previous discussions on the plan that was reviewed, designed, authorized, and permitted previously, I would suggest that our actions that we're looking to take here would fall in line with future output of that pier, or in this case, relocation of that current outfall into the North Groin as we discussed. It's a very, very elegant way to do that. That reduces the concerns that we've heard from the community through the open houses, as well as allows for some stormwater treatment or containment upstream that will help with our pollutants in that outfall as well.
Commissioner James?
The stormwater discharge at Elder has been the topic of discussion for many, many years. We all know that. There were cross-connected sanitary sewers discharging right into that very old sewer. The village addressed that around 2012. They did extensive smoke testing, found a lot of improper connections. Since that time, it's improved greatly. The pipe that runs from Sheridan Road is a 54-inch diameter storm sewer that comes down Elder. There are 2 pipes coming north and south along Sheridan Road. They all converge and they get squeezed into a approximately 100-year-old 2-foot by 3-foot brick storm sewer that runs straight out underneath the path, underneath those big, beautiful trees. Parallel to it, there's a 27-inch diameter storm sewer pipe that's 75 years old, and it runs right next to it. They drop down the bluff. You can see the manholes. They're exposed on the bluff right next to the Elder Beach House. They merge into 2 36-inch diameter pipes. They drop down the bluff, and then they converge into the 54-inch pipe that goes underneath the pier. I had the privilege of serving with Chuck Dowding and the Lakefront Advisory Committee way back in, well, we started 9 years ago, Chuck, 9 years ago in this room. And we met for over a year. One of the things we all agreed upon was relocating that stormwater discharge. In 2020, we went down the path with the village. There was a lot of back and forth. We had 3 different engineers on our side. They had Jim Bernal, and they had their independent expert Strand. Everybody put their heads together and decided on a relocation concept. That plan was presented in January of this year. It was similar to what was signed off on a permit application more than a year ago in 2022. It's still the right solution for the village of Winnetka, but it's only one piece. It's the replacement of a 75-year-old pier, a rusting 54-inch diameter pipe underneath that pier, and it relocates it underneath the stone groin, and it will survive for the next 100 years if constructed as proposed. Elder Lane presently is divided into 3 parts. It's this 110 feet that's north of the steel groin that during the high water period washed out all the sand. Now some sand has accumulated since there, but it's pretty much cordoned off from the rest of the beach. Then you have the section between the steel and the pier, and then you have the section from the pier south to 261 Sheridan. So it's divided into 3 parts. The long-term vision that this board is going for is to have one contiguous beach there from 261 Sheridan to the North Groin and get rid of the pier. The village came back and said they weren't ready to get rid of the pier. So we said, okay, let's put the pipes underneath the North Groin and take that dilapidated steel groin that's failing. You can see chunks of steel that have fallen off of it, and it's bent. And let's recapture the part to the north. Let's protect the bluff by linking the steel sheet piling and move forward with this plan. Each of these elements is designed in such a way that they will endure, and they will provide opportunity for useful enjoyment, emergency vehicle access, maintenance vehicle access, and it's one component of the solution, the long-term solution for the village's stormwater study in southeast Connecticut. So I think it's thoughtfully considered. It will again be presented to the village now that we know we can go through this special use permit process, and that all the technical experts will come and present again all of these concepts through the village process. So I think it's thoughtful, it's appropriate, and it sets the stage for the future.
The next question, for both applications under other options considered, there should be no discussion of the Orchard/WPD joint application for a United Beach, but I would encourage that you include either the Elder 1 or Elder 2 options and the Centennial 1 option that was prepared with the courtesy discussion during the August 22 board meeting. You might also want to include Chuck Downing and John Root's proposals that were presented during the same meeting. The suggestion to the WPD website link to those prior options is an excellent idea. I understand that it would increase the departure of staff, it's further burden, but now, when it is the time for engagement, the consultant's expertise can go a long way to expedite the necessary website revisions, particularly when there are when there is a comparison desired by certain members of the board to expedite this application process. So once again, going from our experts who do this for a living, it was their consensus that we shouldn't burden the regulatory agencies with an abundance of different examples. They want to see that there was a thoughtful process since they viewed the plan that was submitted prior, April of 2022, that was suggested to include so they can understand the evolution of how things came to be. It was suggested not to include every iteration of the plan and be burdensome to the permit application, so that's why we chose to leave as it was and clean up the language accordingly. I understand that John Shabika has Lake Michigan formed a pre-prepared narrative that he includes in many of his lakefront applications with footnote reference to historic papers prepared by his father, all of which now also include in these applications. What is unfortunate is the lack of any current hydrodynamic modeling, data, or other engineering detail to support the proposed extensive stone groin design and need for such stone filling in the lake. I also had hoped for some technical data to support the conclusion that lake bed downcutting is occurring. We talked about this at length. Once again, there is no data that has been captured recently due to the extensive cost and the extensive reach of what that is. So there is no information to go back from for lake bed downcutting specifically. If we were to pull samples through the lake and continue to pull samples at a fairly high cost over a term of time, we can then be able to identify that more clearly. But we're not going to be able to do that prior to this project, nor would it make sense for us to do that at this time. Once again, it was prepared in a general understanding of the conversations that happened previously, which both regulators understand, the dynamic of Lake Michigan, the stars sand environment in which we live, and the inherent risk of lakebed downcutting as that progresses with high lake levels and large storm events. Last year, I was copied by Chuck Downey on a preliminary concerns related to errors that he uncovered in the exhibit's drawing, and presume that these are in the process of being corrected. So I have Chuck's email here as well. I went through his 6 points on there. Chuck had noted a lot of things that were included in the background imagery as existing conditions, where at Centennial, those existing conditions are still being met with the beaving blankets and so forth that are due west of our improvements. We're going to sustain those older improvements that were installed back in 1987. They're still in good working order, still in good shape. We're going to reuse and repurpose. Other improvements that are being removed are being identified, and there was one piece on the material here as far as a note of where the staircase landed. That was a CAD error that has been corrected. When the two softwares were overlaid, they were miscued by a little bit, but that was corrected as well.
Thank you.
So that takes us through the questions and concerns that were submitted by Commissioner Root. Moving on to Cynthia's questions.
I can summarize if that's helpful.
Sure.
Because I think most of them had gone.
They touched on it, yes.
First, I want to say I've seen some small improvement on the website, so thank you.
Sure.
Like I saw that some things, just want to recognize that some progress has been made, some effort has been made. Listening to the discussion, I just wonder if maybe a little bit of community training on how to use Diligent would go a long way. Because I think that might also be some of our issues. I don't know, I hate to think about this during, but I mean, I guess I would be willing to, host a session in the community room during the day to just, if we think it would be helpful to train people up on, here's how to add yourself to the email distribution so you can link easily to the agenda for the meetings, for example, because I don't know, that just might be like a low-hanging fruit and to make the Diligent access more prominent, and I think that they probably have some web videos and stuff on, how do you, I feel like to the extent that we get more people getting the email, here's the agenda, click the button, it takes you right to the agenda, and then there's the link of the plan, that might help us with, I can't find it if it's kind of being pushed out with a button.
Terrific idea.
The only point that I had is that Red Barn had started the elder peer study, but that hasn't been completed, but then in the permit, there are some structural changes to the pier. So is the plan to go back and complete that? Because there was some additional work that was recommended for the plan. Is this that need to be done before the permit? Like, how are we?
If we wanted to choose to bring a diver in to basically examine the low water further, that was the next option. But we've had the opportunity to review that further during a lower lake level. I believe Commissioner Warren James also provided some additional photos of that as well.
Okay.
The pier is in very good shape with the exception of the outer 16 feet and a few more cosmetic pieces along the side. So we're confident with the construction of the pier. The portions that need to be addressed are being addressed in our permit application and our design, so we're confident with that approach.
Okay, so is Matt Wright finishing that report?
That report for the most part is finished with the exception if we choose to move forward with those additional divers or that exploratory as needed.
Okay.
So, and I could circle back with you
Okay,
if there's further questions that you have.
Yep, that's fine. We could definitely do
tackle
that.
for sure.
Okay. And I'm glad that Chuck's comments were taken into account because that was well beyond me.
We took into account any and all comments that we heard. We always do.
Okay, good. And then just with the stormwater pipe, so the IDNR will review it, and if that's a problem with the permitting process, will that appear in the MWRD phase?
So
because I know there was some discussion about, well, that could be,
correct.
That could set us back, that could be a problem.
Until formally we are told that they are not allowed, or we further outreach for that, that's an issue. That's a potential issue for us. I did identify at the time when it was suggested to include them. That is something out of our control, and we won't know until we actually hear back from the agencies once those permits are submitted. So I know I did raise that red flag at that point in time.
Okay.
Currently, I don't have a quick answer for that.
Okay.
It's been discussed and we have reviewed, and it's been suggested that if the pipes are capped, formally where they're capped on the eastern end, that would go a long way with the eyes of the regulatory agencies, that they are not being used, or that would have to be removed before they could be used. So that's one way to potentially address that concern if it was to be, or was to come up. But the MWRD permit won't be activated until, as same as the IPA permit, until those two regulating bodies get far enough along with their review, then they'll trigger the other ones.
Okay.
At that point of trigger, we have no questions or opportunity to review what's being sent to them. That's an internal process through those governing bodies. We have nothing to do with that.
Okay.
So that's just part of their process, because I know that was a question that you had.
Okay, and then so if they say no, then it's like a resubmittal, change the date, modify your plans a little bit with the IDNR. It's not like you're starting with a whole new.
It could be as simple as you're not allowed to put them in. You could build the structure without the pipes, and we would just change the design. Basically, we would put stone instead of pipe, and our bedding stone would be reduced, our armor stone quantity would go up, and it would be the same product.
Okay.
As far as the permit process.
Okay, thanks.
So that takes us through questions that were submitted, both by the board as by residents that I've heard, along with any other comments and questions that I've heard from the board at the last meeting. At this time, I believe, Eric, you had a motion on the table to review.
I did. Would it be helpful to repeat it?
Hold on, I had one more comment
Please.
on the special use permit with the playground. I know no one wants to talk about the playground, we're all focused on the beach, but the playground is like a core feature of that park. It is used more than anything else. There are frequently kids and younger kids there. And I know I'm looking at this other special use permit that the playground review was a component of that when it was redone. So I just, when we talk about authorizing the special use, I just want to make sure that we have a placeholder or plan for the playground.
The permit application that we're going to be submitting currently for a special use will not take into consideration the playground at this time, because that's going to be its own independent element. So the body in which the playground sits, the play pit area and everything else is separate than all the other improvements. So the roadway down, the expansion of the boardwalk, the stone structures and everything else, as we did with Nick Corwin, we'll submit a design, the village then will review that internally with staff. If there are variations that have to be amended per village code, that then will go to the governing bodies as needed. They'll review, they'll opine, circle back, and we'll make any changes along the way. I know you have requested to get some community input as far as what we choose for product, to make sure that we're trying to get the most out of that, if you will, that it's not a staff decision, but a community development decision, if you will, from input from the community, and we plan on doing that.
Okay, and the construction will definitely happen at the same time, even if the permitting process does not happen at the same time, and we do that as a second permitting process.
Right now, we are anticipating, with everything as it's laid out, the two sites probably will not be open until 2025 at this point.
Okay.
So we have definitely a lot of runway. We have an opportunity in 2024 to gain all the plans, bring everything together, submit whatever formally we will to the village, get our information back, and then go through that bid process independent, because that's going to yield a different contractor and different material than the lakefront improvements would. We don't want somebody who builds offshore islands necessarily building our playground. It would be advantageous of us to direct that towards a contractor that does that type of work.
Okay.
I'd also like to add that ordinance number M14-2001 granted a special use permit to allow the renovation of Elder Lane Park. Again, that's in April 5th, 2001, or thereabouts. So the special use permit has already been issued for that park. Presumably, we'd go in for, like you said, the same process we did for Nick Corwin to update the park.
Right. Yeah, the issue that we had there was a zoning height difference that we had to amend to, and we got a zoning variance because it's in R2 residential, and the height for any installation was a minimum or maximum of 14 feet. I think our structure went up to 21, if memory serves, for our shade structures that we included. So that was the zoning variance that we had to request. So that's why I think it's going to be beneficial for us to run 2 separate paths,
Okay.
even though they'll be parallel at some point.
So let me repeat the original motion. The motion is to direct staff to move forward with the Village of Winnetka special use permit process for Elder Lane Beach before submission to regulatory agencies. That had been approved.
Does that, just to get clarification, it's to move forward with the special use and the lakefront regulations? The 2 things that are available to be acted upon immediately?
So let's clarify. There was a meeting yesterday morning.
Right.
That gave further guidance to the Park District and the village, recommending that we go through the special use permit, which will, I presume, will include design review board, possibly plan commission, possibly ZBA, and village board of trustees. And that they want us to take that step before submitting to the agencies, so that we don't have to do the back and forth with the agencies.
Right, I agree with that. There are two different regulatory schemes that the Park District has to go through at the village. There's the zoning, and there's the lakefront regulations.
Yes.
And they can be done in parallel and in tandem with each other. So I would just suggest that the motions provide that we pursue all of the village permits first, not any one individual one, but all of the village permits before we go to the Army Corps and IDNR.
So I have a motion that I wrote, that I circulated to everyone, that I'd like to read. If it's acceptable, we may be able to consider that. I move to authorize staff to prepare and submit special use and lakefront construction permits to the village of Winnetka as soon as possible. Staff is further authorized to submit permits to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and IDNR following village permit submission.
That addresses my concern.
I second that motion.
May I have clarification of council?
Commissioner.
This is a special board meeting. As I understand, anything that we vote on needs to be posted 48 hours before the vote. There's been reference and attachments that are already, that were produced 48 hours. In amending this motion, can we do that in a special board meeting?
Yes. This is, we are, the agenda describes the general subject matter of the issues we're debating during the board meeting. We are talking about permit plans for Elder Lane Park and Beach and permit plans for Centennial Beach. We are talking about a motion to pursue permits for those projects. Motions are not on the agenda, subject matters are on the agenda. The motion that's on the floor is germane to the items that are on the agenda. It is legal under the Open Meetings Act.
But it has
Unequivocally.
a new addition with respect to special use permit that the public has not had notice.
The general subject matter of the discussion is on the agenda. Consideration of Elder Lane Beach Improvement Permit and Centennial Beach Improvement Permit.
Thank you. Okay.
Just one question, thinking this through. If we need to change something from the village review, are we gonna come back and discuss it, or are you guys gonna just run with it, or how will that communication happen or unfold?
So I will suggest, I've had some time today to speak with the village, several different people throughout the village to get the best grasp that I can on all this information in light of the time of year.
Okay.
The special use permit application, the zoning variance application, the lakefront construction review, as well as the current review for the memorandum of the village as they're working through the the bluff steep slope regulations in consideration of large lots through consolidation. Those are the 4 items that we're going to have to review through and eventually get approval through of the village. I sent around, and it should be going around, is a quick diagram that shows the breakdown of how that works in the village process. The boards that will need to be reviewed with, the information that will need to be distributed, as well as the timeline of that. I fully anticipate that we'll have to meet with the zoning board, the plan commission, design and review, and council for the special use permit application because of the changes as they're shown currently in our plan, as well as what would come out, or what we're expecting to come out based on the draft ordinance from the village for the steep slope bluff regulations, as well as the lakefront construction. Talking with village staff today and understanding that from the water's edge, anything greater than a 10% slope towards the bluff, including the bluff, and 40 feet into the tableland of when that table, or then when that transfers off, is considered part of the abeyance period. Also reviewing with James Bernal and understanding the implications around our design improvements, if we're attaching structure, the dead man anchors or so forth as needed for engineering to support our improvements, that in turn will need to be gone through after the abeyance period has been completed. So staff's going to take what I'm hearing is board is going to give staff direction tonight to start funneling our time in completing the applications for the special use permit, the zoning variance that could run parallel paths. Once those are completed, we can then submit for initial review, but I don't believe the village will have the initial kickoff meeting until the abeyance period is completed. Now that abeyance period is anticipated, hopefully to be completed prior to the April 6th current timeline, based on information from the previous meeting and some information that was suggested. We expect that to probably be sooner, but there's no guarantees on that, of course. I'm not saying that anybody said that it would, but it's suggested that it could be. Taking that in consideration, we'd have to run those paths parallel and be completed prior to submission for the lakefront construction. At that point in time, the village will be well adverse to the plan set. The review for the sit-down meeting should be more of a formality, and then they can activate the distribution to their third-party third-party consulting of Beard to then review the plans. At that point, they would review the plans. 14 days later, they would get back the information. The piece that we don't know is the application with the IDNR and the Corps. Those would be activated upon the special use completion. At that point, we'll better know and understand that what changes might come out of the special use permit process, being able to adapt and adjust, and then have those changes ready to be sent out to the Corps, the IDNR, accordingly. Now, we have gone through and taken great lengths to prepare a plan that should, hopefully, knock on wood, be very smooth in regards to the permit process. We're not looking for anything that's an overreach, nothing that's brash. Everything is lower than what's anticipated to be seen. Everything is very mindful in our approach. Our methodology and what we've seen, we're very hopeful this will be a fairly quick review, but I don't want to jinx us, but we're hopeful that process goes quick. Once that's approved, then Jim can review yet again and then sign off on the lakefront construction. And at that point, we would have permits from the IDNR, the Army Corps of Engineers, MWRD, the IEPA, and the Village of Winnetka. And then we can proceed with construction thereafter. During that process, we anticipate once we get to a point where we're comfortable with the process, we would activate our bid timeline, get our bids in, get our contractor lined up, so then we can potentially start construction upon receiving permits, so we can try to get this done as soon as possible, get it back open for the community. That's as I understand it to date. I apologize, I know that was very long-winded, but I was trying to be very thorough with my approach based on all the information that I've gathered over the last, basically, 30 hours.
I think the time will chart.
It's a complicated process.
It is very complicated.
With these additional steps, it's going to be more complicated.
Correct.
And I know that you have prepared a Gantt chart to document each of the steps, including real-time updates and a critical path. so that we can, every 2 weeks at these meetings, update the community as to where we stand on the critical path and where we project final completion based upon current status.
Correct.
Thank you, Costa. We have the current motion as highlighted by Commissioner Kodo.
Do you want to reread it?
Please.
Christina should read it.
Christina, do you want to reread the motion? Christina? Make sure she's there.
Hey, Christina, are you there? Okay, hold on here a second. Hold on.
I move to authorize staff to prepare and submit special use and lakefront construction permits to the Village of Winnetka as soon as possible. Staff is further authorized to submit permits to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the IDNR following village permit submission.
I second that.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Commissioner Root?
I have to be a no.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hemmings?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
That motion passes.
So can I just get a point of clarification? Jim is holding checks in his office to go to the IDNR with the intent of sending them on Monday, and just based on the passage of this motion, it sounds like they will not be going Monday.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just
it's
want it
noted.
to be.
Yes, those were to be given to me, or in this case, Jim will hold on to them.
Okay.
Until we are ready to submit.
Okay.
If we did get approval and the board direction was to submit on Monday, that was the
They're
reason
ready.
to make sure that
Okay.
we were ready to go.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure it's absolutely clear.
It's absolutely clear.
Okay.
Trust me.
Or we can just cancel them.
We could just cancel it and be assured.
These will be uncashed. What's our policy?
All right, moving along. 4.3, consideration of Centennial Beach Improvement Permit. Costa?
So at this point, I believe we've covered all the questions that were submitted. Unless there's additional questions, I would suggest that the board amend this motion similar to the motion for 4.2, which I believe in turn did cover both applications, but if not, to make sure that we have a similar motion for Centennial.
Christina, you want to read?
I'm happy to read, although I do think the motion I made covered both.
Because these are two separate items on the agenda, could you reread specific to Centennial?
Sure. Specific to Centennial, I move to authorize staff to prepare and submit special use and lakefront construction permits to the Village of Winnetka as soon as possible for Centennial Beach improvement permits. Staff is further authorized to submit permits to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the IDNR following village permit submission.
Second.
Roll call.
We have questions.
Oh, sorry, you jumped the gun here. Commissioner Rapp or Root?
Go for it. Okay. Just regarding the fence on top of the breakwater, with the prior permit submissions, that was recognized as a kind of like a new category or a new ask in permitting by the agency, because I don't believe that a breakwater with a fence has been permitted, and that other municipalities, when they put the fence on top of the breakwater, have just done it after the fact. What's changed that, like, are we expecting that to be
It's been asked by the board to make sure that everything that we're proposing is included in the process. So we've identified and included that with the process. If you recall, there was a suggestion to include fencing to be temporary compliant with passage gates north and south with an off-leash or a leash out and leash off area. We did start to implement that. We were suggested to pull that back. We had removed that. So that's why we're including everything and anything as it relates to the regulatory commissions on the permit, and we're submitting it as is. So it would be John Shibika's suggestion not to include them at this time, and to put or install them after the fact, but the board directed staff to be full disclosure and to include everything under the plans.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
My question is, what happens if the dormant property exchange agreement wakes up and we do the exchange so that we have provided improvements on 70 feet of Centennial that will then be owned by a private owner? How are we addressing that? And, what is basically, we're giving valuable resources of taxpayer dollars, if that occurs, to a private owner. Have we considered that at all?
The potential risk would be the fencing itself, which could be removed and repurposed. Other than that, it would be sand placement as part of our permit that we would have been required to place regardless because of the size of our structure and the placement of our structure. So as you would see in the permit application, the last sheet for Centennial, it shows the placement of sand. That's not set based on any other parameter except the structure itself and what is required for backfill for that size of structure. So to answer your question as it relates to the potential 70 feet of an exchange, right now the only thing that would take place, or the two items, would be the fencing that would be placed and sand on that location. Both of the sand would be what it is, but the fencing can be removed and repurposed accordingly. Until I have further direction from the board in regards to the property exchange, I'm following the lead as directed from the previous resolutions, which was just work on our sites, regardless of any information, work on your property. So we worked on our boundaries.
So we need to re-permit if we need to move the fence?
I
Can't
don't know.
hear you.
Would we need
Just a
to,
reminder to raise everyone's voices.
would we need to permit again to move the fence?
I couldn't tell you honestly.
Okay.
I don't know. So
Okay,
potentially,
okay.
but I was given direction to
Yeah, okay.
facilitate our plan on our land that we own today as the Park District. And that's the plan that I have moved forward to date and will continue to move forward until I have direction otherwise.
Any additional questions? Denise?
Commissioner Rapp?
No.
Commissioner Root?
Absolutely no.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hemmings?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Kodo?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you, Costa. Moving along to item 4.4, discussion of donation from the Ishbia Family Foundation. I'm going to turn to kick off the conversation to John and Adam Simon.
Thank you. So, some time ago, you're all aware that representatives from the Ishbia Family Foundation stood before you and made an offer of a donation to support the acceleration and consolidation of the work at the lakefront at Elder and Centennial. And the board delegated authority to a couple of commissioners and I to work with the Ishbia Foundation to see what we could put together for a donation agreement. We've spent the last several weeks working with them, exchanging drafts, debating issues. We've had a zealous conversation with them. We've gotten to a point, and I say we, representing myself, and I think also Commissioner Lusson and Commissioner Kodo, where we needed to get more feedback from the board before we continued discussions. As emphasized by Commissioner Lusson before, it is on the agenda tonight for the discussion and deliberation. It is not on the board agenda tonight for a vote. It is here tonight because we are at a point in our conversation with the Ishbia Family Foundation where we need more feedback and direction. And that's the preface to the presentation of the agreement. If you have anything you want to add.
Sure. So as Adam highlighted, we met a little while ago. From our perspective, certainly thanked him for the donation offer because it's frankly not that common and it is generous, but we certainly had questions, right? We recognize that any major donation arrives with a legal agreement, whether it's a college, university, nonprofit. So that part wasn't surprising. We were a little put off by the no strings attached comment that we had heard or read. And Mr. Ishbia shared that the no strings attachment was in reference to his donation and the proposed land swap. He was excluding those two, making them independent of one another. They had nothing to do with it, with each other. So nothing to do with the proposed donation in 261 Sheridan. We asked in the original document, the original agreement, the Ishbia family had asked for naming rights to the donation, which is frankly a pretty common request given the size. We asked that they remove the naming rights request, and he agreed. The original document had a had the Ishbia Family Foundation examining and being the arbiter of ensuring that our plan was maintained and did not change. And we asked that they appoint a third-party arbiter, and he agreed. On the 100-year conversation that we've gone round and round, we did discuss it a lot, and we recognize that the Winnetka Park District is responsible for the maintenance of assets. And so the document that you have seen, has been posted, is the byproduct of a number of conversations. Commissioner Cotto, is there any additional comments that you would add before I turn to John?
No, I think that's a fair, I think that's a very fair summary. We are here to really debate and find a path forward that we would find acceptable on our side tonight. So that's what I really like to hear from people.
John? So happy to, Adam, any additional comments that you would add?
I can go through it sort of section by section at a high level if you want me to, or I can respond to questions, really. I know Commissioner Root sent me a request to ask for the application that the foundation has filed with the IRS to apply for tax exempt status, and I have not presented it. I talked to their representative about it. They're not going to present it. I will say, for my own sake, in regard to the donations that I've ever worked on in my career, it's an unprecedented request. I've never asked for a Form 1023 from any donor. I'm working with another park district right now that's also deliberating on the receipt of a 7-figure donation. They're not asking for the Form 1023 application. Nonetheless, I made a request from the representative and they declined.
Can I say a question, just Commissioner Root? So requesting the trust document, what is the?
Well, I'm not asking for the trust document at all. I'm asking for the IRS Form 1023. And what that is at the time you go in and apply for a 501c3, you file a form with the IRS. And you do certain things like name who the members of your board are. I think that that's very important for us to know. You also define what the purpose and scope of your nonprofit is. And seeing that I tend to be verbose, I'll try to be concise here, but it is my recollection that one of the problems that we have had with the property exchange agreement is that we did not do a great deal in my review of the record of research as to who Orchard 2020 Trust was, who was the beneficiary of that trust, or go back to actually investigate how those individuals might conduct business. Here we are, well, the draft proposes we are entering into a 100-year term agreement for $3 million. I'm sorry, please don't laugh.
Commissioner,
My point is.
I'm not
Yeah, let's
here,
stick
I'm
to
not
the
here to
question.
convince you whether or not the term is correct, or whether terms are correct or fair.
I understand that.
That's a policy decision. I'm just telling you that I made a request to the
And they said
foundation,
no.
and they said no.
That's typical.
Hold on.
They do say no.
And so,
Hold on now.
I don't think I would turn over my trust documents if I had any.
I don't want the trust document.
The other-
I want the
Yeah.
form.
the other thing I'll say is this.
A lot of these documents are publicly available, 1099,
That's
This
fine,
form
get
is
it for
available
us.
for
990,
public
990
inspection.
on guidestar.org.
Yeah.
They don't have a 990, it's a brand new foundation, it started.
Yeah, I just want the form 1023. I want to know
I'm
who
just
the
trying to understand
board
why
is.
we want to know that, but thank you.
Typically,
I wanna
they
know
have
the
conflict of
purpose.
interest
I will
documents.
say they are almost certainly not gonna be a 501c3. There are a number of other tax exempt organizations.
sure there
It
are.
will
I'm
most
aware
likely
of
be a
that.
private foundation instead of a public
It's still the
foundation.
same document, though.
A 1023 is used for the
Right?
application process, I agree.
Okay.
I've actually formed these organizations,
Yeah,
so I'm
I
aware.
understand.
We have counsel for Mr. Ishby in some capacity. Maybe he could oblige us.
Let's get back to the topic.
I would like to engage our counsel.
Can we get the
Just
topic
go
at hand?
back. I'm waiting for the chair to recognize me.
Oh, sorry, I was snacking.
That was fine.
Commissioner Rapp.
Just, the Form 1023 is a form that is available for public inspection. My read of the language around it is basically if you ask an entity for it that is representing themselves as a, nonprofit, tax exempt, whatever, that they are obliged to provide it. So, or we can request it from the IRS. It would concern me greatly if they have not applied for this status when it is represented in this document that they have. So I think, I would appreciate if you would do a little bit more diligence on that, because I believe that we can ask for it and we should be able to receive it. And I agree fully with Commissioner Ruth that that should be an appropriate part of your due diligence. This foundation appears to have been incorporated in Delaware in May, put into Illinois in July, on July 5th. And so I know for our foundation documents, it is possible in the tax return for people to request our bylaws. I don't know if anyone's done that, but I mean, like, these are part, to me, things of having that particular status granted by the IRS and incorporating in that way. And so I think for an agreement like this to be properly considered, we need to have that, and it would concern me greatly if our counterparty finds it objectionable to provide it.
Thank you. Adam, were you going to walk through your comments?
I'm happy to do a high-level review of the agreement on a sort of section-by-section basis, or I can just respond to questions, whichever you prefer.
I prefer the section by section. If there's any objections to that, I'm amenable.
Okay. Section 1 describes that the Ishby Family Foundation will donate $3 million to the Winnetka Park District solely for the purpose of paying for the costs of the Park District's construction of the project. The term project is a defined term which is meant to include 3 elements at Centennial: the ADA access pathway, the dog beach, and the stone breakwater that is perpendicular to the beach. So those 3 elements are characterized as the project. So if I mention the project, that's what I'm referring to.
Why is it called the project there and Centennial Structures later in the document?
No reason.
Okay.
Probably just
Sloppy drink.
a factor of different drafts and an evolution of different drafts. There was a time when the phrase Centennial Structure didn't refer to all 3, and in the latest draft it does refer to all 3. And so there was probably an effort in an earlier iteration to distinguish between the project as a whole and less than all of the project. So that's why there's 2 different terms used.
Counselor, can you tell us in this most recent draft, what was the new element that was added in definition of project?
Well, no, so the definition of project has always been all 3. There was an earlier iteration where the Centennial Structures included the ADA pathway and the dog beach and excluded the stone breakwater. And in this draft, it includes the stone breakwater.
Who came up with the initial draft?
The foundation. Section 2 just includes some factual representations by each party. Section 3 identifies the arbiter. The structure of the donation is in 3 installments, and...
Before we get to 3,
Sorry?
before we get to 3,
Yeah.
did we ask the IFF for a warranty that there would actually be money in their bank account when they were actually supposed to pay us?
We can do it.
Okay, I'm just asking if we asked.
Can you speak up?
It's hard, we can't hear you at all.
I'm sorry.
He's a low talker.
I asked whether we asked for a warranty from the IFF that there would be money in their bank account when their checks are coming due. And I don't think we did. So it'd be nice to know that they're actually going to intend to fund their own foundation sufficiently to pay us if we decide we're actually going to accept this deal. I'll make a further statement. It'd be nice if they put it into escrow if we're going to decide to take this deal.
That has been discussed.
Right, and their response was?
They want to schedule the donations so that the tax benefits are spread out over more than 1 year. And so we did discuss the escrow agreement with them in a meeting, and they disagreed. And that's one of the issues that we've debated with them.
Okay. And there's, as I understand, we'll get to it later, right? There's a disclaiming of any personal liability of any signatory or anybody else associated with this, right? So that if they don't fund it, we have nobody to go get recourse on, right?
Mutually, correct.
Right. Okay.
So it's like none of you have personal liability. The claim would be against the district as a whole, and vice versa.
Are we taking this section by section with questions?
I'm happy to.
We were, but I interrupted that whole thing.
No, that's fine, James.
Yeah, this was surprising. I have,
You've done it complete.
so I'm happy to circulate mine.
Do you want to go by section and have us ask questions for each section? Is that okay, just for a moment?
Commissioner Rapp, I mean, I could have received these earlier today and helped prepare answers.
You couldn't have received them earlier because I just got it on Tuesday evening. I mean, I reviewed it Wednesday and I typed them up this afternoon and printed them before our meeting. I would have been happy to do that if I had received it earlier. I mean, really and truly, I think Costa would say I really do my best to make an effort to not surprise people at meetings, but it was not possible with the information and the review. So I mean, I don't know what the time frame is for the board to decide this, like if we need to go through question by question this evening. If it's intended to be decided at the next meeting, I would say that this would be the time to do it. If we are envisioning this on, as a January decision, then I would be happy to review in a pair with Adam, like offline, So I just don't understand what our timing is, but this is our public discussion, so I, did spend the time today to prepare my concerns. And Christina, I will send those to you as well.
Section by section with questions.
Is that okay with you? Can we do it that way?
That's
I don't
that's
have
what
questions
I'm
too.
that's
That'd be
what
my
I'm describing. I'm asking for it, so I hope
So
everybody
what
else
is your
is okay.
timeline though, Eric, to go back?
What is the timeline?
Yeah.
The initial timeline was to bring this to the group today, to surface it and share.
And then vote on it on the 15th?
That is,
We don't want to presume anything.
no, I don't even know what anybody thinks about anything.
Okay.
That's the whole purpose of bringing it up today.
Okay, that's.
So where are we?
We're on 3.
So no, we're at
Hold
two,
on,
hold on.
Wait,
We're on 2, page
sorry.
2.
Wait, before you move on, when do we get to discuss the definition of project? In section 6 or in the preamble?
Whenever you want.
Projects in section 1.
Section 1.
The project includes the ADA accessible pathway, the off-leash dog park, and the stone breakwater.
I have
There
not,
was-
can I just shortcut it so we can get through this? I have not been a party to the recent negotiations. I was a party to the initial ask, and it was very clear at that time that the park district had budgeted funds to execute phase one. Phase one included the ADA access path, elements of the boardwalk and the ADA ramp, and it included the fence and a new steel groin separating the dog beach from the people beach and utilizing the existing steel groin at the south end. That was phase one. I said phase two, to implement phase two, to construct the desired pier and improve separation that would provide people of all abilities to get out onto the lake and enjoy the lake. That was, in my understanding, the distinction. That was the project. We were seeking funds, not for the dog beach. We had money for the dog beach. We had money for the ADA ramp down from the bluff to get to that enclosure, but the distinction between phase one and phase two can be seen on the prior versions of the plans, and the donation was to be used for the construction of the pier, which is extending the ADA or the accessible features. And I deem that a very important element for the community, especially given that our desire is to remove the elder pier and free up that section of beach. As I said earlier, it serves multiple purposes, but its location proximate to the ADA access path makes it unique. It gives somebody with differing abilities the opportunity to get out there while it also separates the dog beach from the people beach. So my recommendation would be that the project be restricted to the difference between phase one and phase two, which is the pier itself.
I'd just like to make one comment publicly. You continue to refer to it as a negotiation. I would just highlight, this is a conversation. This is the Ishbia Family Foundation. They've offered a donation. They've come to us with their legal agreement. We can say thank you very much and move on. We can say thank you very much and take it. These are their, where the contract stands today, these are their terms. And they've structured these with other organizations. We are not the only entity that's receiving a grant from the Ishbia Family Foundation. So this isn't a like, we can come back and say.
They just formed it.
I know.
The Ishbia family has made other donations to the Chicago Park District and other civic organizations. So they might have a single purpose entity to support this donation, but the family has made donations to other civic organizations in Chicago. And so.
This is a take it or leave it document.
No, I think we can go back and have a conversation with them around, these are terms that we can't get around, we're not comfortable with.
Okay.
And identify those terms and share them. And maybe they're amenable or maybe they're not. And then we'll find out where we are.
I think I need clarification. As I understood, council was involved also in the creation of this document, and the changes were made. So this is not what was initially received, or am I incorrect?
There has been an evolution, but it's still largely representative of their desires.
That's pretty apparent on the face of the document. I mean, it is.
Their donation, right?
Well, actually, I'm going to be extremely politically incorrect. This document suggests that the Centennial Park is for sale, and that someone can come in and offer a very small amount of money to control Centennial Beach from now and for a century. And I find it quite insulting, and I'll jump ahead, and perhaps I shouldn't, to the arbiter. Arbitration, I've been
I thought we were
involved.
going to go section by section. Let's stick to the plan.
Can we try it?
Please.
We can try it, but
That's the
I'll
only
try.
way to get through this.
okay.
I will ask for questions from each section.
So hold on,
Back to the top.
I had a few general questions. Can I just,
Do your
do
job.
people want to read them? Adam, do you want to scan them and then see which ones are appropriate to reply to
Are there
quickly
similar
now?
agreements in effect at other park districts? There are donation agreements anytime there's a substantial donation to a park district. So
Give me a couple
I
of them.
can't, huh?
Can Can you give me a couple to look at?
I-
You can get back to me.
I will say, anytime someone makes a significant capital contribution to a park, there is an agreement. We've had them for the Steppen Family Boat Launch. We had agreements for the Nielsen Center. There are park districts all over the Chicagoland area that have donation agreements. They might not all be identical to each other, but there are donation agreements when there's a significant capital contribution.
Okay, that would be informative perhaps to circulate. I know the Steppen Family Boat Launch is recent, it's available on Diligent. It might be informative to circulate the Nielsen donation agreement, and then if there's one that other park districts have that are similar, you know, I mean, there's gonna be nuances and specifics with this. I think that would be informative as a board member in evaluating this one.
Other large donations have been handled, we talked about that. Why is this not going through the foundation, similar to other donations? The park district is doing the construction. The park district is paying the contractors, the park district is doing the work. The park district is also legally capable of receiving a tax-deductible donation under 170C of the IRS code. The park district, again, as a local government, is eligible to receive tax-deductible donations, just as much as the foundation is.
May I ask a question on that? Isn't it true that if it went through the foundation, it would be difficult then for the Ishbia Foundation to control the progress of the construction? Because you'd have an intermediary in between. Whereas the gift coming directly to the park district, then there is the opportunity for this control
So
of,
let's talk about this, okay? Again, I'm gonna describe it as I understand it. This is not a judgment, this is not a moral judgment or a good or bad. Exhibit A, which describes the project, are the plans that you just endorsed to submit for permit. They are the park district's plans, decided by the park district board. So the plans that are being supported by the donation are the park district board's plans that you guys decided upon collectively. The element in here that describes the conditions of the installments is designed to guarantee that the plans that you're representing to the public you're going to build are actually built. So that between now and the future, there aren't changes in the direction of the park district. So that we promised to put a dog beach in, we promised to put an ADA accessible path in, we promised to put a stone breakwater in. Those are the elements that the donation is designed to support. It's his decision on whether he wants to support anything at all. He has told us he only wants to support those three improvements that you guys have chosen to build. And so if the park district actually builds what it has proposed to build, there's no reason that all three installments will not get paid. But because the park district has in the past changed its mind during the course of permit, evaluation, you all know the story about permits being withdrawn.
No, we're aware.
Because the park district has changed its mind in the past, this is the solution that the donor has asked for, to make sure that the park district follows through on what it's presenting to the public right now. So as long as the park district builds the plans the park district has decided on its own to build, all three installments will get paid. So I don't want to say that he's controlling what we build. He is, I will admit, he's controlling how long they remain
But we
there.
haven't gotten to that section yet.
You're right.
Right, there is actually sections. that
Yes.
right?
Correct.
But
All right, any questions on 2?
So page 2.
Section 2.
oh, I have questions
No, I mean-
on page 2.
they have some questions on the whereas.
Section 2.
I'm not even there yet.
And they want to talk about the whereas clause.
All right.
Okay. Why 112 feet? Is that based on, like?
That's
did we
the
get
actual
an-
plans.
But did we get an
Measured from-
advisory opinion on that, or?
I got it from Costa.
That is what's presented in the park
Okay.
presentation and our plans to date. There's 12 feet of area to walk, and then we have 100 feet of actual fencing that'll be adjoined on top of the existing.
So.
Okay, so it's not based on a
there was-
regulatory requirement.
There was a question during public comment about how far into the water line the fence goes.
Yeah.
The water line moves every year, so measuring it from the water line is not a precise measurement. We have to measure it from a fixed location, so we're measuring how far from the toe of the bluff the dog fence is gonna go. And the water will rise and the water will fall, and it will look different based on how high the water level is. But we have to measure it from a fixed point. And the plans that have been approved for a permit application measure the edge of the dog fence at 112 feet from the toe of the bluff. That is our plan.
Okay, so
This
it's
is a
not,
description of our plan.
it's not a Cook County it's the number that we've adopted,
Yes.
it's not a regulatory
Can I offer
requirement.
some, you want to do?
Yeah, so
That's good.
it's been clarified by the distance of the ordinary high water mark to maintain the sand elevation to the top of the fence at 54 inches, and as that tapers into the lake, once you abut that point of determinants, that's where it breaks and separates. So that's where we came up with 100 feet. That's based on determinants of the current sand profile and the proposed sand profile to make sure that we always maintain that 54-inch height differential between the two. So that fence does taper down as it gets toward the lake, as the sand tapers down into the water itself. So we
Yeah,
follow
and
that profile to make sure it carried through.
In a high water condition, like we had in 2020, you'd see just a short section of fence in the water, right, at the top of the groin. But as the water lowers, it's gonna expose steel. And so the fence steps down, like Costa said, it just steps down to match the sand profile, to maintain that separation.
Penultimate paragraph on page 2. Why is there a reference to landscaping and fencing improvements that are made at Elder with language that the Centennial breakwater will be consistent with what is done at Elder?
It says that if there's anything done in Elder, it will be repeated at Centennial, so there's parity. That's the intent that I understand from that sentence.
Support symmetrical design from a landscaping perspective.
Again, why is someone contributing money controlling what we do with our design?
There's nothing in.
He hasn't done anything yet. This is the document that's presented to you for consideration. This presents the idea, like Commissioner Lesson said, of symmetrical design at the north and south end of the greater property. So, again, I'm not making a value judgment, I'm just explaining that the purpose here is symmetrical design.
Again, please forgive my cynicism, but we're 3 years into a contract that's not been performed. And we have had Mr. Ishbia come to our park meetings on 2 occasions where he has talked about it is my exclusive option to do this and to do that. We have a language in here about exclusive option. Whenever I see anything in a document that gives the opportunity for someone to argue about, well, you didn't do this.
Can we try and stick to the format so we can
I
get
am,
through
I'm
this?
reading this language, and I would tell you it needs to be stricken, the penultimate paragraph.
That's understood.
Come out.
Okay, that's it.
It's an opportunity for debate and disagreement.
I just think it's extraneous, because it has nothing to do with the agreement or the project, so as far as I'm concerned, it can come out. Before we even gonna talk about this thing at some point.
Louder, please. We cannot, we have no idea what
I'm
he
very
just
sorry, I'm
said.
a soft talker.
Yeah.
I think the clause that Colleen is talking about regarding landscape and fencing agreements has nothing to do with the project as defined in the agreement, that have anything to do with the rights under the agreement, and is extraneous language that doesn't need to be there. It doesn't need to cause anybody any consternation, and it can just be taken out. It's immaterial to the agreement.
I think the thought was, in recognition that he is potentially living next to a dog beach, If you make the north end look really nice and it's not done on the south, that's it. Just try to make it equal, that's all.
It doesn't say that's part of the project. It doesn't define that at all.
It's fine.
In the agreement. So
I'm just sharing the sense that I got in a conversation.
Cool.
And may we also remember that he came to board meetings in September of last year saying, by gum, he wanted that dog beach and he wanted to keep that dog beach there. So again, Eric, I don't think it's a huge concession that there is a dog beach there. I think that is a desire.
I would
My
say
thoughts.
we had 400 to 500 people in this room a couple of years ago saying they wanted the dog park nowhere near them.
There's only 300
So he has
people.
somebody here saying, keep it there. I think that's a valuable thing, but you're welcome to disagree with it.
Well, the landscaping and the fencing, I think, are totally different than having the dog park. Those are different things. So I understand what you're saying, Eric, and their intention there, but I think.
That's why I brought up the project description, because this board voted to proceed with phase one. And we have the available resources to complete phase one, which includes the ADA access path and relocating the gated access to the dog beach down to the boardwalk level, but it has a simple steel groin separating the dog beach from the people beach. The inclusion or the incorporation of phase two, which is the pier, provides much better, greater ADA access, and it's going to accrete a larger beach, a larger swimming beach on the north side of that. It's a win-win. It's better for the community, for our long-term vision. But the difference between what we have funding available for as of today versus what we want to do in phase two is that pier. And it's especially important if we're going to remove the pier at Elder, that we replace it where it's going to be more useful. Elder is a semi-permeable pier with increasing permeability. If Chuck, I'm sure you'll attest, you've seen the permit plans for that from 1947. It doesn't hold sand because it was designed to let sand pass through. This pier will hold sand. So much like Kenilworth Beach or Glencoe Beach or Sand accretes on the north side because it's impermeable, we would have a nicer, larger swimming beach for our residents at Centennial. That's the purpose of restricting this project to that district.
I have that note. Again, I don't want to use this forum to debate the content of our plans. That was what we already voted on.
And that's really important. I wholeheartedly agree that this board acted independently to try and resolve this and be able to move on without any further action from Mr. Ishbia.
All right. Are there more questions on the whereases?
I just have a question at the top of page 3 about language saying that the Park District agrees to, quote, coordinate the completion of the project, end quote. Who are we coordinating with?
That language is intended to refer to the process whereby we demonstrate to the donor how we meet each benchmark to reach the installment payment.
It is my perception that with this particular donor, if you leave things in a mutual determination, there will be delay and there will be difficulties. Realize that on September 7th, David Williams came, represented himself as a, quote, friend of the Ishbia family, end quote, not as their primary counsel. And I presume this has the work of Mr. Williams all over it. It's another ancillary agreement, in my opinion. And he said that this would be a $3 million contribution without any conditions or strings. This is a very different document. And I say that because...
Are there any questions about section 1?
Right. Just before we get into the substance again, I want to make sure I understand, Eric, what you're saying in terms of what he said.
Louder.
Louder,
Should take a microphone.
I want to understand what it is that he said about his no strings attached comment, because I've heard there's a very well coordinated publicity campaign when this came out. Those words were chosen. As Colleen just said, Mr. Williams was here and expressed again that sentiment. And am I understanding correctly that he would like to now recast no strings attached as meaning there's no linkage between this donation and the land exchange, and that's it?
correct.
That's it? Okay.
The question he was, if I recall my notes correctly, the question he was asked is, does your donation have something to do with 261 Sheridan Road and the land swap?
Right, but the language "no strings attached" has been thrown around a lot by Mr. Ishbia's lawyers in multiple contexts, in publications around the city, also in this forum, and I'm just trying to understand. He's now restricting "no strings attached" to just mean there's nothing connecting this donation and the land swap. That's it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Paragraph 1.
All yours, Adam.
Anyone have questions about paragraph 1 again? Just describes the $3 million donation and that the money will only be used for the sake of constructing the project. Any questions about section 1? Section 2 describes representation for warranties the parties are making reciprocally to each other. I understand from Commissioner Hemmings that we'd like to add representation that they will have money deposited and available in advance of every installment being required.
Yeah. I don't know if it has any meaning given some of the later terms in the agreement, but okay. Yes, I would like that as part of a warranty. The other thing is in 2A, WPD hereby makes the following representations. You with me?
Sorry, I was taking notes on your other comment. Yes, were you?
Just the first, 2A.
Okay.
Where it says, reps and warranties as of the date hereof and as of each date that IFF endorses. You see that?
Yep.
I think IFF is supposed to be WPD.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Adam, on section 2A, subpart 4, I would recommend that subpart 4 be removed. The Park District is making a representation that there have been no tangible benefit, goods, or services that would be provided to IFF or any individuals or entities connected with IFF. It has been documented.
As a condition of the donation.
Correct. It has been documented for a period of 3 years that Mr. Ishbia has wanted a large breakwater. As a private citizen, he can go out only 125 feet. The breakwater that is being constructed in the center of Centennial Beach provides him with that additional desire. He has come and made this comment publicly in 2 meetings, and therefore I do not think that we, as a park district, should be representing that there is not benefit here. I would recommend it be removed.
I'm going to just disagree with that assessment on the substance of the plans. ADA accessibility and providing an opportunity for people to get out onto the lake has always been part of vision from the Lakefront Master Plan forward. This pier realizes that objective. So that's it.
We'll agree to disagree.
I think there's a substantive issue here. We had prepared a plan that had a larger break wall at the south end. That was in January. That was one of the options that was considered. That was rejected by Mr. Ishbia. He elected at that time not to go forward with a large groin at the south end. Instead, said, I'll do my own and move forward, independent of the park district. And we said, okay, then we will understand that, and we will move independently with our plan. So it's not, I don't see this pier as, if anything, it invites people out onto the water, creating viewing opportunities beyond Mr. Ishbia.
Viewing opportunities, but not access, and also for an individual who seems to have two very primary concerns, one being security, and two being no access on his quote-unquote private beach.
Commissioner Root, the purpose of this representation is not to make a political statement. It is for tax purposes. It is so that, you know, when you make a donation to attend, when you make a donation to something, you get a receipt saying there was nothing tangible given in exchange for the donation. There's no netting effect.
You know, I know, Counselor, you think that I must be about as dense as any old lady can be, but please do realize that I have been involved in this type of legal work, and I am cognizant of those facts. I simply don't want the Park District representing something that someday they may not be able to say. I recommend it be removed. Realize that we are subject still to litigation.
Should I take my turn on this one?
Please.
Okay, I had noted in my comments, and this was mentioned in some of the public comments, that with our design, we cannot ignore the fact that the property exchange remains a valid option for someone to exercise at any point, depending on how the other litigation turns out. And we don't know that now, but it's not dead. It's dormant. It's not dead. And so with this plan, we have steps that drop you at the northern, or at the western side of the fence from the dog beach. There's fencing around. And then once, if the property exchange is executed, you are not able to get down to the high water area where you are legally, permitted to walk the beach, because there's the dog beach fence. And so you're just kind of stuck, and the access is kind of broken, because this agreement then has all these restrictions on the fences need to stay where they are, you can't move the fences, and basically it does create a private beach, which has huge value. So I think that there's a conflict between our design and the outstanding property exchange and these terms, because this creates a huge personal, tangible benefit if that exchange, ultimately goes through later and it's still a live option.
Costa described what the modifications would be should the exchange ever occur.
The agreement doesn't allow that, though.
And I believe that the comment that Commissioner James made to limit the scope of the definition of the project to the stone breakwater would avoid that result, because we wouldn't be limited to modifying the shape or size of the dog beach.
No, but you're still in a place where you come off the steps and then you can't go anywhere because that property is conveyed. You're boxed, like you can't get back to the part of the beach you can walk on to access the steps.
Respectfully, you're presuming that we're going to be submitting to the terms of this agreement, which is what we're discussing.
Okay, I think it needs to be changed.
The things that are objectionable.
Okay.
Yes, so don't make the assumption that that which is in this agreement will survive.
Okay, I outline my objection.
What is not acceptable.
I will be firm in my objection on that point. I think the community will be firm in its objection on that point.
More comments on 2A or 2B?
Hold on.
286. No pending litigation.
Threatened to claim.
That would affect our ability to construct the project. Again, this is representing that there's no litigation affecting our ability to construct the project.
All the more important reason to.
Can I just say one thing?
Project.
I think we're looking for a path, it's Christina. I think we're looking for a path forward. We're not looking to find objections to this agreement. We're looking to define the parameters that would allow us to go forward. And define them as narrowly as you wish, but I want to hear from people about how they can go forward.
That would kind of take us out of the
Paragraph by
the
paragraph.
paragraph
Yeah,
by
we gotta-
paragraph thing, but I'm happy to do that.
Let's keep
way.
going paragraph by paragraph if we can.
All right, paragraph 3 defines who the arbiter is. The arbiter is identified as Greg Seiler. Greg Seiler, the arbiter, the plain language of the agreement says the arbiter shall base its opinions and decisions on its independent judgment. In the event of a vacancy in the role of the arbiter shall name its successor, and if the arbiter is unable to or unwilling to name the successor, then IFF shall name the successor. Any failure by the arbiter to make any decision within 90 days shall be deemed approved. So if they just stall, we get to move forward and it's deemed approved. I'll stop there.
Should we talk about who Mr. Seiler is?
If you want to.
I like the role of the
Again, I'm not making value judgment, I'm just telling you what the agreement says.
The role of the arbiter is later, but in the agreement, the role of the arbiter is later, so we'll get there if we're gonna go paragraph by paragraph. So, what's our relationship with Greg Seiler, the Park District, or the city of, the town of Winnetka? Do we have one?
No, he's a consultant
Right.
Kristen?
to Ishpia.
Do we
Do you
have?
wanna-
Why don't
do
you
wanna
talk
s-
about-
Why don't
yeah,
you talk
what's your-
about your friendship with Greg Seiler?
I don't have a friendship with Greg Seiler. I have a working relationship because we are peers in regards to the project. So if Greg asks me questions related to the project, I answer them. If I have questions related to his work, I answer them. There's no friendship. It's a respect that I have with any working colleague that I have in the community.
Did you meet with Greg Seiler for a period of 2.5 years, from October of 2020 through April of 2022, on a regular basis?
I met with colleagues of the firm of Seiler Consulting, not with Greg Seiler.
Was Greg Seiler never present?
Later on, when Tricia left the company, then Greg.
My point in this is that Seiler Consulting has been the Lakota group of Orchard 2020, and has been intimately involved, certainly was, well, the record and the FOIA responses indicate that Seiler was the designer for a lot of what the original plan was. And yes, I have the documents. We can argue about it.
I think it's important to say
Excuse me.
Let me
Seiler,
speak.
Commissioner James,
I have the
Commissioner
floor.
Root is speaking. Just let her finish.
I have the
her
floor.
comments.
An arbiter is supposed to be someone who is neutral and independent.
totally agree.
This is not a neutral and independent individual. And a 100-year agreement, I think that arbiter clause and arbitration needs to be expanded greatly, because for a 100-year period, no one individual will still be breathing.
Well, yeah, look, the agreement provides for substitute arbiters. And so, for me, there's two problems here. And one, I think Chuck mentioned this in his comments, that this person is not an objective third party. That's a problem for me. And Christina wants a path forward, if we're gonna have an arbiter at all, and we'll talk about the arbiter's powers later when we get to it, that arbiter had better be an objective third party, not this person. So that's number one. Number two that I have a problem here is, this is a 100-year agreement. We can talk about that part later. Again, I think it was Katie who said it's unprecedented. absolutely is unprecedented as far as I can find. Right, so there is going to be some other arbiter that springs forward down the line. I don't think Mr. Seiler is going to live for 100 years. I won't be here 100 years from now. And ultimately, it falls back into the control of IFF, which then provides no guardrails whatsoever on who the arbiter is down the line. And that's a significant issue too. And if we're going to have a path forward, there has to be a better definition of what the reversion of who selects the arbiter is. It can't be something that goes back into IFF, which, by the way, may not exist 100 years from now either. What happens if IFF gets wrapped up? So that's a significant issue if there's going to be an arbiter here at all. For me, we need objectivity as the initial arbiter, number one. And number two, under no circumstances does the selection of an arbiter go solely back at some point into IFF.
Got it.
So I think what I'm hearing people saying is, number one, they want an arbiter who's truly independent. Number two, they want a term that's quite a bit shorter. Can we summarize any other points?
We're still going through section by section.
Because what I'm looking for is a way to go forward.
Right, we are talking about the ways forward section by section.
Section by section. So 3 was arbiter, 4 is timing of restricted donations.
Hold on, there has not been agreement by this board that we want an arbiter. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. This is a donation agreement. Write a check if you want to donate, but don't be, constantly looking over the park district and saying you'll do this and this and this. You want a path forward. The agreement was, I'm going to come and I'm going to give you some money. Fine, do that.
I think, with respect, Kelly, and I agree, the role of the arbiter, if there is one, ought to be much more limited than is suggested in this agreement. But I think it's fair for somebody who is giving money for a particular purpose to have someone objectively say that that purpose has been fulfilled. I think that's a fair thing to be done. And I think maybe that's the limit of where the arbiter ought to be. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that this arbiter is supposed to be able to do under this agreement that I have a significant issue with. But insofar as the donator wants to have somebody say, yes, what was asked of the Park District for the use of these funds was actually achieved, I think that's a reasonable request. Now, it has to be somebody objective, and to me, that's probably the limit of anything the arbiter ever does, but that's sort of where I sit. So, I mean, that's where I sit on it. I completely can appreciate your point on whether or not there ought to be an arbiter at all. I thought about that quite a bit myself, whether there ought to be one, and that's where I'm at.
You have to understand that I've only had 3 years of history on this project. Others here have had many more years of history. Whenever there is an opportunity for any possible disagreement, that has occurred and delay has occurred. There have been promises that have been made and then been withdrawn. I mean, this has gone on and on and on. And again, I look at this document in absolute disgust. So, I do.
Can we continue with our process going through?
Sure.
You agree with me?
Yeah.
All right. We have a new commissioner, new to the game.
Go ahead.
Have we addressed all the comments collectively? Has everyone agreed with that?
90 days is too long.
I'm sorry?
90 days is too long. I had 30 days or 15 days with some kind of indication to resolve, and like 90-day delay if we're running a project, that's ridiculous.
It's not delaying the progress of the project, it's delaying
payment.
Yeah. Well, they could become one and the same,
I just
you
want to
never know.
clarify. I just want to clarify.
You're right.
Oh, but wait, we need to keep the money set aside so it can be clawed back if it needs to be.
Well, that is a question of whether we are inviting a 3 million
It's 9
contingent
o'clock.
liability.
It's 9 o'clock, and we have some discipline to get through each section as
Yes.
suggested.
4 is the timing of the restricted donation. As I mentioned earlier, there's 3 installments. The first installment is made once the Park District has received all the permits they need to proceed and has issued a notice to proceed with construction. The second installment is paid at 30 days after completion of the project, and the arbiter confirms that we've actually built what we say we're gonna build. The third installment is paid a year after the completion of the project. So the arbiter in this context is used to confirm that the Park District is building what we've represented we're going to build. That's the summary of this section.
May I ask a question under 4I? What does a, quote, notice to proceed for construction, what is an NTP?
NTP is notice to proceed. It's just an acronym.
But what is that?
When you sign a contract with a contractor, they know, I mean, Costa can describe it better than I can, but when you have a contract with a contractor, they don't start until you say, go.
Okay, so I think maybe we need to further clarify that if we're going to keep this.
It's an industry term.
Right. So, in the vein of Christina asking what I would need to move forward, I would excise any role of the arbiter in section A. I'd limit the role of the arbiter at all to section B. And I would eliminate any role of the arbiter in section C. Secondly, on the timing of the payments, and I've expressed this concern to others independently, number one, there's no guarantee anywhere in this document that money is going to be present when it's owed. Number two, we're going to have to front money to do the project for which this money is supposed to be paid and take on interest, presumably through loans, that while we wait for Mr. Ishbia to pay us. So that's an issue I've got as well. And I think that the timing of the payments is problematic from that perspective. I don't quite understand the rationale other than for his own tax benefit. But we are going to incur money from interest on loans to bridge the time between which we pay and the time we receive his money, assuming we get it.
This was an issue that we,
Well,
I'm not suggesting we shouldn't ask again, I'm just letting you know.
I'm just saying, if you want a path forward from my perspective, the timing has to be a little bit better than this. You can give us, you can stage it out from the beginning to the end, but a year after the end, to me, is kind of ludicrous. I mean, just because you get $1 million write-off that next year, that's not worth, to me, the interest we're gonna have to pay on a loan.
Thank you.
I had a concern with the excessive use of sole discretion.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
So do we.
Okay. It's giving me PTSD.
Yeah, realize we have that language in paragraph 4 of the property exchange agreement.
Yep.
And also that was hammered home September of last year by Mr. Ishbia saying whether he did anything was his absolute and sole discretion. So anytime we see any document that comes with the name Ishbia and it has sole discretion in it,
This has been hotly debated.
not feeling good.
Thank you.
So, as one suggestion, as a way to ameliorate that concern, aside from the fact that you get an objective third party, and from my perspective, you strike any role of the arbiter in A and C, is that you have an arbitration provision on the back end if there's any determination made by the arbiter that we disagree with.
That's gonna cost the district money.
Yeah, the loser pays.
All right, just do you do the appraisal method, yours, mine, ours, right? We each hire a construction expert to verify that the improvements have been completed per plans and specifications. If there's a disagreement, they agree to find a third, and the third one breaks the tie.
Who's paying for all that?
That would be, the parties agree to split the cost. We pay for ours, they pay for theirs. If they can't agree, we split the cost. It's a very common practice in real estate.
I'm aware of that,
appraisals.
Warren, but again,
Okay.
it costs
It's just
money. It's taxpayer dollars we're talking about.
We're talking about ways of addressing concerns. That's it.
It's designed to resolve dispute resolution in a way that doesn't involve litigation.
No, I'm well aware of that.
Yeah.
Trust me. May I say that again? Oh, jeez.
All right, I've got all those notes on the role of the arbiter, resolving disputes with the arbiter, eliminating it from parts of A and C, issues with sole discretion, issues with the timing of the schedule of payment. Section 5 obviously describes the term of the agreement to 100 years.
The obligation comes up in section 7. You want to talk about that here, or you want to talk about 100 years now, or you want to talk about 100 years?
You're absolutely right, they are tied together. The reason the 100 years is important to the term is because that corresponds to the term of the restrictive covenant.
Yeah.
And the restrictive covenant obligates the Park District to maintain the project, as it's defined, for the length of the restrictive covenant.
May I ask you a legal question as an expert in the Park District Code?
Sure.
This restricted covenant, in my opinion, is a conveyance of an interest in real estate to a private individual. When we are giving a private individual the right for a century to determine what happens on public open land, to me, that is a conveyance of real estate. And we're gonna put it, it's gonna be a restriction in a deed. How can we legally get there to do something like that?
I don't view it the same way. I acknowledge there's more than one way to look at this. We have independently decided to build a project and put an ADA pathway there and a dog beach and a stone breakwater. This obligates us to maintain these improvements in substantially the same location and dimensions as we are constructing them for 100 years. We have vehemently debated the length of the agreement. Commissioner Lusson and Commissioner Coder are aware of that. We have debated whether or not that's a reasonable term. We've asked them to consider the natural life of the improvements. This is where we are. This is why we're here to debate this and deliberate on a path forward.
So I'll say, I went into the history, I talked to John, got some documents. I think the closest thing I could see to this kind of provision that we've ever done before are two things. One, Dunbar Park, which was conveyed to us with some restrictions on how we use it. Right? It has to remain a bird refuge, I think was the right word, and it can't become a parking lot. The difference though between that and this is we didn't have Dunbar Park before they gave it to us, right? So they're giving us land and then giving some conditions on it, whereas here they're trying to put conditions on our use. So it's, I think, a totally different scenario. Another analogous but not really perfectly analogous situation is the step and boat launch.
It's 20 years.
Right, it's not nearly, I think it's 40 years? 20?
It's 20
It's not
years.
nearly as long, but it says, hey, we're gonna give you some money to put our name on a boat launch. That presumes the boat launch exists for that whole time, right? So it's sort of restricting what we can do with that land. 100 years is way beyond anything that we've come close to. And I can't support it. Like, I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. It's some random number that has no bearing in any kind of factual scenario. It's just a number intended to throw some large number out there. We don't know if IFF's going to exist then. We don't know if there's going to be any heirs, the Ishbia family alive in 100 years. We have no idea what's going to happen in 100 years. For me, that's a problem. To me, that's a real big problem. I like the useful life idea. It's a good one. And if we don't go with like a useful life number, then it has to be something closer to like 20, 25 years.
The reason I don't like a useful life is that in the future, maybe 5 to 10 years, there may be a decision by this community that they want to do something different. Why would we give the third party a right to control our public land? Why would we ever do this?
It is not uncommon for someone who's made a significant capital contribution to ensure that the useful life of the contribution is realized. And so, again, 100 years is beyond the natural, I'm just comparing it to other projects I've worked on. It is not uncommon for there to be some term of time for which the improvements remain in place.
Adam, maybe we need to have a difference of opinion of what is a significant contribution. I'm sorry, but for a 100-year agreement, $3 million.
Can you just stay to the,
It's two, because we just want one.
stay to the terms.
Yeah, look,
I don't want you to, I really don't want to debate with Adam. I
Yeah.
want to talk amongst the board.
yeah, my feeling is, I hear what you're saying, what happens if in 5 years we decide to do something different. I don't think longer than that is abnormal. Like, for example, the Steppen family boat launch, right? We have a boat launch. They paid money to put their name on it. They presume the boat launch is going to exist for that period of time. I don't think it's unfair to ask for some period of time that puts it through the useful life of what they see as the donation's worth, right? And so I think it's fair to come to a number, but 100 years is like way past what it ought to be. I don't know what the right number is, I don't know what the right definition is, but I think that's something, from my perspective, that we need to look at in order to move forward.
Don't disagree, just really think that a third party ought not be controlling what happens. As I recall, the Steppens pay annually, do they not, Mr. Peterson?
They do not pay annually. They pay as they choose to. They have to complete their donation within a 5-year period.
That's what I recall.
So-
There was a 5-year. I don't recall they placed any restrictions on us either in their contribution.
There isn't, except for it presumes there's a boat launch.
Correct.
I was going to say that they weren't trying to tell us what to do with Lloyd.
Except for there should be a boat launch, right?
Right.
Right, that's, right, so I agree, but, you know, to a certain extent, we have participated in those sorts of agreements before, and I think in some ways, there's some rationale for it.
All right.
Just for.
Can I make a comment?
Of course.
Are we talking about the time frame, number 7? Is that what we're talking about?
Do you want to talk about 5 and 7 together, or do you want to skip 6? Because they're related?
Well,
I've got something to say.
5?
Six.
We're talking term, right?
This is talk term.
Okay, I want to be frank and candid. I want to be, to use everybody's favorite terms, fully transparent. You just heard, I see this from both sides, but I'm going to go back to my first principle, which is where John Peterson and I were negotiating 2 years ago, that the Park District controls Park District property. That Mr. Ishbia should have no more and no less rights than any other member of the community. That has been a principle that we have adhered to throughout the negotiations. That's the reason why prior negotiations broke down. So we are resolute that the Park District cannot cede authority to a third party to tell the Park District what it can and cannot do. With the private donation, he can put suggest whatever terms and conditions he wants on a private donation. But you just heard from Colleen the reason why he's asking for the 100 years. Colleen just said, in 5 or 10 years, the community could change its mind and say, remove this, make it go away. And that's the thing. He doesn't want to see his donation be removed arbitrarily or by an act. He wants a period of time for which he knows that the communities get the use and enjoyment out of what he's paying for. So therein lies the issue. But first principle is the Park District has to maintain control of Park District assets. That's it. As far as determining whether the improvements are done in keeping with the approved plans and specifications, that's easy. As far as clawbacks or anything else like that, that's much more challenging. I do think there's a reasonable life expectancy that we could put on this. That elder pier has been there for 75 years. The end is terrible, but the rest of it, it's reasonably good condition.
Well, it was also, there was construction improvements that were done.
Yeah, there were, they
in
were
the
top, it was
mid-1980s.
over top, yeah, during all the other stuff. So my point is, we could arrive at a rational duration, but we can't cede control of Park District property to a third party. That's my position.
Right.
I just, you know, for 7 with the restricted covenants, I mean, sometimes these breakwaters fail. Like, wasn't it Lake Forest or Lake Bluff where there's failed? And then they, you know, partially needed to redo it, like, or you need to change the design, like, put the curve at the end, or you need to.
You want to speak to it, Costa?
Sure. The failures that we're seeing north of us by other communities were not breakwater structures. They were bluffs, ravines that had different issues, different structural loads, different animal entirely. The design of what we're building can withstand the lake levels and the intended lake use in regards to wave action and everything else. That's by design. There is maintenance as things shift. If we had limestone, it breaks down, we might have to replace stone. We're suggesting we're going to go with a quartzite or something else that's more robust, has a longer life expectancy. I would not suggest that our structures, as we've designed, would fail within a short duration of time. I would hope not, because then I'm not doing my job and our consultants are sure not doing their jobs.
And what was the insurance policy for engineering? Does it cover a failure?
There is a
at some
clause in
point?
regards to that, but that would not be a concern I would put on the table.
The village's pier for the electric plant has been there since the late 1800s. The steel doesn't remove itself. There was a failure, a collapse at the very end of the pier that's been addressed, but that had to do with the water intake facility for the cooling bays. That invites water infiltration, and it obviously collapsed, and they've since fixed it.
I would suggest for our improvement, we are building a pier that we're cladding in armor stone. That is the design. It's not a breakwater as the term has been used. It is a pier that is built with steel that has a concrete top and aggregate fill with tiebacks that is cladded in armor stone, 6 feet around, an elevation of 585, and then tapers back to single stone tier, elevation 583, back to the toe of the bluff. That's the design.
So when you look at that in context of Lloyd or Tower, it has the additional protection of the stone around it to dissipate wave energy. It's going to be there for a very long time.
Correct. And our stone choice, depending on what the bids come in and cost, our choice will then elongate that timeline potentially even further.
So I have another comment on 7, but it doesn't relate to the term, so we can go back to 6 if you want.
All right.
If we're done with term.
Yeah, no, I have stuff on 6.
I have stuff on 6.
All right.
Maybe the same stuff.
6 describes that the donation is restricted to the elements that we've talked about before. It does say at the end of paragraph 6A, the plans the parties agree the plans attached to Exhibit A, as Exhibit A, may be modified to the extent necessary to conform to regulatory requirements or permit conditions enforced by federal, state, and local agencies, but only if IFF agrees to any such modifications in its sole discretion.
So I would put a period after the word.
I know.
Yeah, right that last, but. So it's fine up until the point where there's that comma after agency.
I know.
I say that.
All right,
The only other thought I had in the spirit of moving forward is that we just delay the agreement until all those things are settled.
That's why we're here as a board, meeting to give direction, to say, this is acceptable, this is not. And if it goes a different direction, so be it. But we as a board are doing this openly so that everybody understands our process.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, that removes, then you know the plan is, I mean, we have our plan,
She's just
but it's.
suggesting, let's not consummate this kind of agreement until after this part of the stuff is done, so we don't even have to worry about this process.
And we can
That's
take
what
it
she's
out,
saying.
take it out.
Which is.
You know what's flawed with this section by section by section is we are starting with the premise that we want to accept this contribution. And I think, you know, there may be some of us here who want to say thank you very much, but no thank you. So, again.
Your statement of the premise is incorrect. Your statement of the premise is incorrect. We are here to discuss it, to find, in fact, if there is a way forward. That's what we are here to do.
Yeah, again, this was the agreement that was ultimately presented, and this is it. So this is our opportunity to discuss it.
Well, it appears it was presented and also negotiated.
There wasn't much to negotiate. I highlighted naming rights. Naming rights, and we talked a little bit about maintenance. And we went in with a lot of questions, actually.
On 6B?
Yep. Park District confirms that all the money will be used in a manner that is allowed by law, and that it's going to be used in a way that allows Ishpia to receive the benefit of a tax donation, or it's intended to be used for that purpose. There's no risk to us if the IRS makes an adverse determination to him. But we're going to use it only for the governmental purpose. Park District's responsible for complying with the law and building the project. They have the right to inspect our records to make sure we're spending the money as we promised to for the purpose for constructing the project.
I had a problem with where it says including making available relevant WPD officials and employees and relevant WPD project programmatic and financial records. It just makes it sound like they have open access at any time. I'd rather there be a defined cadence of where we might meet to provide updates when requested, instead of open access to staff at any time, especially when they're trying to make progress on the project.
I also just want to clarify the word grant. You and I already talked about that. It's not a capitalized term. It's a new word used to describe the donation, which I better describe as donation.
It's not a grant.
Right.
Yeah, I think, just to echo it, I think the books and records provision here and the people provision would be something you'd see reflective in a grant, but this isn't that. So, to the extent we're gonna have a conversation about this at all, it's gonna be far more limited in terms of the obligation on our side to produce records and people.
So, starting with IFF has an absolute right, just strike that, everything after that. We're discussing whether or not the project gets completed in accordance with plans and specifications. That's it. The first part of this says we agree to, that the funds will be used for that purpose.
Right, I understand. I understand that there's a number of objections to giving the donor access to our records, to making our personnel available. Is there an objection to us at a normal time showing the
Sure, at the board
general
meetings when we approve each invoice, it's all public.
I understand.
Yeah.
But they could.
So it would be Jim
If you want-
providing a summary of the voucher report that is customized to total up to 3 million? Is that,
That's what I'm talking,
Okay.
just
like
a
a
project-specific
couple hours of-
voucher.
okay. Does that sound unduly burdensome to staff? No.
Again, the scope of the work that described in the project originally was contemplated, the pier, and I think there was an extension to the ADA boardwalk to the north. It was not the dog beach. The dog beach and everything else was part of phase one.
I think if you have a provision in here like this, it's gotta be something like, we'll agree in good faith to cooperate with them to provide such records as is necessary to respond to requests or something, right? It's not, you can come in and look at whatever you want, whenever you want, talk to whoever you want, at any time, right?
Sure.
I support Mr. James and his suggestion that all verbiage after accounting principles be written. We're a public entity, we do public reporting.
Paragraph C says that if we misappropriate the money, he has the right to demand it back.
I think the arbiter discussion needs to go. That's-
And his, her, its, they, sole discretion.
Yeah, I just think there's no role for the arbiter there. The arbiter is an engineer, right? Consulting, landscape architect person, whatever.
No, he's a construction manager, owner's rep.
Yeah, he's not a forensic accountant, deciding whether or not we put funds to a particular
Well,
use.
that presupposes that it's going to be Mr. Seiler.
Well, it's a fair point, I just think there ought to be no role for the arbiter there. So,
We're a public entity, prepare the report, submit it, document, approve it, you can review it right here.
Well, this is a question. I mean, if we agree to this, are we going to have a $3 million contingent liability on our books for a century? I don't know.
Probably more than that.
I'm an accountant, I don't know.
If the term that we're going to put forth is useful life or something different, then stop saying essential, okay? Because if the term that we're going to stipulate that is acceptable to us is something different than a century, then stop exaggerating and saying it's always a century.
Well, but
because it may be quite a bit less.
I think it's still a fair question though, Christina, if you could make it 2 years. The question is whether or not you have to have a contingent liability on the books.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think that's,
I completely understand, and I don't like the contingent liability any more than anybody else does. That's been a real sticking point for both Eric and for me. And so define, if you want no contingent liability, if you want a shorter term, if you want useful life, let's define some parameters that make it palatable or not. Or maybe it's not even palatable at all. I understand we're working through the entire agreement, but there are some key points that make it less palatable, and so I'd like to hear comments on those.
I think about it, I would like Adam to gather our thoughts and recommendations and suggestions, which have all been great, and take them back, right? And I do have a conversation with representation of IFF, you can say, here's what our board said. And they might say, thanks so much, we're done. And that's okay. But, you know, again, just to be clear, when somebody offers an entity that you love, like I do the Park District, they say, I want to give you $3 million. We say, great. They say, well, there are some, you know, there are conditions associated with it. And if we can't stomach that, it's okay. But we're not going to get that donation, and that's fine. But we're going to have to go back and have that conversation with council just to explain it. And I'm hoping that this process of going through section by section, we will have the rationale and reasons why. And we're not, it's not going to boil down to just, oh, it can't be 100 years. Oh, it's got to be useful life. And it can't be because you have a contingent liability on your books. There's a lot more to it, which we're flushing out here. And I want that to be shared back with representation for the Ishbia Family Foundation.
So Jim, what is the depreciation schedule for the breakwaters for Glade?
Louder, please.
What's the depreciation schedule? That might be acceptable in that direct, I don't know.
Are you talking accounting standards, or are you talking useful life?
Counting. What do we, how do we report this?
I don't see any reason to put an accounting standard
Define.
on something that's, frame of reference, existing Pier Elder is 75 years old. It's made of precast concrete. This is steel with a reinforced concrete cap surrounded by massive boulders. Look at Lloyd, look at Tower. Tower's been there for over 100 years, 130 years. It doesn't go away unless you pull it out.
I know, it's just how long we need to keep the contingent liability, the useful.
I don't want a contingent liability.
We don't want it at all,
If,
fine.
once
So
we've
no.
satisfied the construction of
Okay,
the pier,
I'm good
it
with
exists,
that.
there's no need
I'm
for
great with
a
that.
contingent
Okay,
liability. A
good.
donation's a donation.
Okay.
That's what its purpose is.
Consensus, no contingent liability.
We all
Once we're
agree.
done.
Yeah.
We're done. Moving on.
So all the, Adam, what I'm hearing is all these remaining refund clawback provisions that exist, one of which is in section 7, there's a few other ones later, all those have to go, right? Once he's given us the money after construction's done, it's done. And that's it.
It's the use. You're agreeing not to remove what he funded for a period of time. That's it. You know, I agree to build a building on a college campus, and all of a sudden they say, oh, we decided to tear it down.
So in that so just so I understand, if they tore down your building on the college campus, what remedy would you want?
Specific performance or damages. You can sue us if that happens, right? And they have that remedy in here, right? They've provided that in paragraph 7, they talk about that, right? Where if we don't maintain it as it's supposed to be, they can ask for all their money back, and then they can also sue us for specific performance, right?
Specific performance is a
I'm
much
nervous about
better
that with the
remedy
dog
for that,
fence.
right?
I'm nervous about that with the dog fence.
No, but hold on. Those are the, Adam asked what the remedies are.
Yeah,
Those are
okay.
the remedies. And that's just the reality. Right? You could have no refund provisions in here, you have nothing in here. But if we were to breach the provision that says we have to keep it for a certain period of time, they have an action at law to go into the court and ask a court to make us keep it. That's their remedy. Right? All the rest of this stuff doesn't need to be in here. That's where I think.
From our perspective.
Yeah, from our perspective, at least from mine, so.
And it will be a quick conversation if they disagree.
Yeah,
Right,
totally.
right,
That's it.
exactly.
That's right.
All right, so we talked about the term when we talked about 5, and we've talked about eliminating the clawback and limiting the remedies to just enforcing the obligation to maintain it for whatever term we end up agreeing upon. And we've talked about limiting the scope of the project to only being the stone breakwater and excluding the ADA path and the dog beach. So those things won't be tied up with all the other strings. Are there other questions about 7?
Yes, removing it. Why would we give anyone a restrictive covenant?
I think we've talked about that.
We may have. Again, for $3 million? I'm looking at this going, my goodness. We have had people in this community who have offered to come in and make a donation of $5 million to purchase the property between Elder and Centennial.
I'm not debating with you.
No,
I'm just saying that, I'm not debating with you. It's just, we've already talked about that earlier tonight.
Yeah, let's stay on the task.
Well, this commissioner wants section 7 removed in total. It is a deal killer for me. Why would we ever do that? If we are spending all this money for improvements on a beach, common sense tells you that you are not going to be removing those improvements within any, short period of time. It's not going to, this is just common sense. This is ridiculous.
So there are two specific things. Here we refer to it as the Centennial structures. Didn't we previously agree it should be called project?
Yes,
And then
that's true.
previously said that the project is the difference between phase 1 and phase 2. It is the pier and the ADA access to the north. Yeah, not the path down. That's part of phase 1. So,
The dog beach fencing is phase 1 as well.
Yes, it is.
yeah, the dog beach, we all agree.
I know, there's been so many changes and they happen so fast.
This needs
I
to be
understand.
eliminated, right?
It's the pier, and I've got to double check, Costa, maybe you can.
The phase 2 structure.
The phase 2 structures, those phase 2 elements, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that was the origin of this conversation.
Right, the plans we've started using don't use that terminology anymore.
Right, because the village said we want one plan. So we prepared one plan.
So I hear what Commissioner Root is saying. I totally agree in principle that there's no need to put a restrictive covenant down. I just don't see a terrible harm in it, because what we're talking about is a pier. It's not just gonna be removed in 5 years or whatever it is that we agree to in terms of what the term is gonna be.
I'd be comfortable with 50 or even 75 years. Looking at the other similarly situated improvements, Maple, Elder, Tower, Lloyd, this would be as or more robust than any other structure that we have out there. Maybe Tower would be, huh?
I would not, but that's just.
What term? We gotta come up with a number amongst this board, so what's the number?
5 years.
We don't have to.
Well,
No, we don't.
we don't
We don't have to
have
today.
to.
And here's the other problem. There's a force majeure clause at the back end here in
Yes, there
section
is.
12, which talks about if somebody comes in and wrecks it, hurricane, whatever, right? Not only do we have to,
Can we discuss that when we get to it? Can we just at least discuss specifically the term?
I am talking about the term.
Okay.
This relates to that, right? Which is if something happens 5 years from now, because your 75-year pier is still there until a tornado comes and moves it out of the way, I don't know what could possibly cause it to happen, right? But the point is that we would have to go in and rebuild it at our own dollar. That's what section 12 says.
I thought we were in section 7.
I know. You're talking about a term. I'm talking about a force majeure event that happens before your useful life period is over.
Costa, help me.
Force majeure. As far as-
Force majeure.
What's that?
Help me with the force majeure.
It's hard to say that there would be any catastrophic event based on what we're designed, so it's hard to say.
Nobody plans a catastrophe.
Could Dermot balance out on that?
Like, I don't know, like, what if like, you have a naval ship runs into it or something?
What about a
I have
terrorist
no idea.
attack?
Right.
Yeah, no,
We're talking about the ridiculous.
But there's any number of things that could cause the pier to go away before the
Very
useful life
small
is.
number of things that could make that pier go away.
Could still happen.
I'm just throwing it out there, that useful life of 75 years is not necessarily that I'm okay with that.
With respect to Adam Simon and walking through this document, are we still in section 7?
I'm done with section 7.
Okay.
Are we done with 7?
I understand the direction.
And will remain there for 100 years. That's what it says. So you're striking that entirely, or you're putting it to a different term?
Everywhere it says 100 is part of this reflective of the term, so it all ties together.
Okay. Is there any duration that we could agree to?
We don't need to talk about that today. We really don't.
You
We
don't?
just, no. We can just go tell them that's way too long.
Okay.
And we're never gonna agree to that. and see what they come back and tell us. And if they say, we want 100 years, we want
Is there
75
consensus
years,"
that 100 years is too long?
we don't have to come to engineering decisions on the spot today.
Well, I'm trying
I think there's
to,
No, we
consensus
don't.
100 years is too long, but.
We don't have to come
thank
to a
you.
consensus on a
I
number
agree,
today.
100 years too long.
We don't have to come to a
Why are we
consensus on
giving
that.
and everything?
You know, one of the thoughts that I have here is with our earlier comments, this agreement may be totally unpalatable to the IFF. And if so, we're just wasting everybody's time here. I think we can.
Very well might be.
The reason we're here is because this deals with the public's business. And we wanted to debate this in an open session.
Oh, I understand.
Yep.
It's unfortunate that this document was not available for public review before 8:30 a.m. yesterday. So we could have had more members of the public that had the opportunity to know it was going to be discussed and could come and, you know, give insight. As it was, I'm amazed at the number of people in our community that showed up to talk about this today. It is very interesting.
Do we want to keep going through the agreement?
Please.
Yes, please.
Paragraph 8 obviously represents that the naming rights has been omitted and removed. Section 9 just talks about the parties coordinating, ribbon cutting, that kind of thing. 10 is about coordinating publicity about the donation.
That ought to be, that ought to be reciprocal. If we're not allowed to use the name of IFF, they should come to us before they're using WPD.
It's reasonable.
Noted?
The other point I have was any in-kind services provided by IFF should be clearly identified by source. So if they're doing a promotional video or whatever, it should be sourced to the producer, to the donor.
We have a video that's been on our Park District website, was on our Park District website for a period of 2 years. And the provenance of that was not the Winnetka Park District. So I think it's good comments in here.
Eleven talks about the Park District being responsible for the operation, maintenance, and repair of the project, because it's our project. IFF will not be responsible for any payments other than those described above. The numbers might be off because the numbers have changed during just the exchange of the document back and forth. This talks about us not being independent of each other, not being joint venturers, not being partners or independent. Park District shall be responsible for payment of any taxes related to the project.
What's that?
Just means by virtue of them participating in the payment that they don't owe tax on anything associated with the project.
They don't owe any sales tax, they don't owe any
Sales tax,
tax on purchasing.
But we're paying for all the.
Yeah, that's just a clarifying term.
Okay, okay.
Should be,
Okay, I mean, it
should be
seems
understood,
obvious.
but.
I'm not leaving.
Okay,
Believe me.
okay.
Well,
To me,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is boilerplate
Yeah.
and
Okay.
not something that.
Thank you.
The next paragraph says that, you know, IFF is only giving money and that we're responsible for the course of construction and operation and maintenance, and if there are claims that arise from the manner in which we construct it or operate it or maintain it, that if someone sues IFF because they help pay for it, we're going to indemnify them because they aren't involved in the day-to-day operation and maintenance.
Yep.
Any questions about that? On 11.
I did have a question about that.
Uh-huh.
Do we need to specify any kind of limit as to the, that we're like limited to the tort immunity protection or any?
There's nothing that prohibits us from from relying upon our defenses and immunities under the law.
Okay.
12 talks about the termination of the obligations of the parties. Based on comments I heard earlier, I've stricken the last sentence of that section. The parties agree that once the agreement has been executed and once the project is completed and all donations have been paid, then everyone's obligations
We're done.
are done. And again, I've removed the last sentence of that section, as I understand there's an objection to that, and I understand why. 13 just says that we will cooperate in good faith in signing any forms that he needs to file with the IRS. That's conventional. Again, we're not making any representations or warranties as to how the IRS will treat it, but we will acknowledge that we are receiving the donation and that it's being used for a governmental purpose. 14 is just notice. 15 is that Illinois law applies, and then if there's a dispute, it will be resolved in Cook County. And the rest is really boilerplate.
As I mentioned before, the only significant problem I have with the boilerplate language is the fact that there's no warranty or guarantee that the money's going to be there.
I had that earlier.
Yeah, and so the absence of any personal liability on the back end is somewhat problematic to me if they don't pay.
I have a note under section 2 to ensure that there's that representation of warranty. Thank you again.
Adam, in 21, who are the four parties?
That's a mistake.
And I just didn't know if we needed to be clear about, like, the current board president would sign now, but if there was an amendment or a change, like, the board president's gonna change, you know, every 1 or 2 years, so,
So,
Yeah, it's whoever has authority.
yeah.
okay.
For, the board president doesn't get any authority to make modifications independently because of this agreement.
No, but if it's specifying a written instrument signed by all four parties, it's just,
It'll
It's
just say
not-
it would just say the parties, it's just a
Okay.
mistake.
okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't implying some specificity on the person.
No, it does not.
Okay.
So, before we move on, Christina's question is how we move forward. I have some significant misgivings about Mr. Ishbia's recasting of his no strings attached language. And I think what I'm trying to get to, if we're going to accept an agreement, it's something more like a no strings attached agreement than this is. Because this is nothing like that. And it's unfortunate that he's said that he was misquoted or misunderstood or whatever it is, but I'm not sure that's actually the case. I think actually he was quoted accurately, his counsel has stated accurately a number of times that what we are talking about is a no strings attached donation. I understand there are some guardrails associated with that kind of donation, but they're light and it's not this. So if we're gonna have something moving forward, I think the IFF, Mr. Ishbia, et cetera, needs to reconsider what it is that he's intending to accomplish with a no strings attached type donation.
I certainly share Mr. Hemming's comments there. I'm not done with the agreement. Paragraph 25 ethics, I don't know why it's in here. I don't think that in good conscience, if I were president of this district, I could sign 25, because I don't think it's true. So, again, I would recommend that it be deleted. And furthering Mr. Hemming's comments, the history of our association with Mr. Ishbia has been one that Warren knows very well since, I guess, July or August of 2020, where he has made promises, I'm going to pay, I'll pay for half this breakwater. And then it was going to be, well, I'll pay for a quarter of this breakwater. Would you put that in writing? No, I won't do that. And so, again, I look at this, and that's why I find it so insulting. Because we are 3 years down the road, our taxpayer have footed substantial costs of consultants and also attorneys, over $1 million. as we have tried to work with Orchard 2020 and its beneficiary. And I look at this and I'm sorry, as a commissioner, the agreement was I'll write you a check. Well, come and write us a check and don't ask for anything. Just write us a check.
I can't comment on the last thing you
You-
said.
I'm not
but
asking you to.
Insofar as
Can we
section
just let
20,
each commissioner say the piece?
I just want to respond to 25.
Yeah.
I don't know what is not accurate about 25. It says that IFF's making this donation voluntarily and is not being made in exchange for any governmental promises or in exchange for any governmental contracts. I think that's all absolutely true. There's no quid pro quo.
He's saying it's unrelated to any past or future government decision relating to the award of contracts or any other action. And I'm sorry, Mr. Ishbia has wanted a huge breakwater that he cannot secure. He can only go out 125 feet. He has wanted that breakwater since day one. We are providing with this, what now that we call a pier, a huge stone structure. That structure will impede people accessing the public beach. We then are putting in a fenced dog beach that will further impede. He has stressed privacy and security on his, quote, private beach. That is exactly what we are giving you.
That statement is inaccurate. I would invite anyone to look at Phase 1 versus Phase 2 and understand that the Park District has sufficient funds and already gave direction to proceed with Phase 1. Mr. Ishbia offered to pay for Phase 2, which is converting a steel groin with stone around it to a pier with a walkable surface that's attached to the ADA access path. So it will constitute an amenity to serve the public for generations, and it will result in a larger swimming beach on the north side and greater protection for the fence that separates the dog beach from the pier. The dog beach itself is separate and apart. That's why I was trying to get the project definition to be the distinction between Phase 1 and Phase 2. That's it.
And if that's not successful?
Well, this
I
is
feel
why,
like it's- I
this
feel
is
like
why
it's-
we're trying to, that's why we're
I mean, I just-
marking this up
Okay.
as a group to take it back, and if it's not accepted, so be it. We move on. I go back to the original premise that we've been sticking to and been very consistent. Park District cannot cede control over Park District property. It must be able to do with its property what's in the public's interest. The idea that we can fund this pier, which we previously identified as a component of the plan, is perfectly appropriate. I hope to see us come to resolution and realize this, because I think it's for the betterment of the community.
Let's not forget, Mr. James, that you asked for this funding in your negotiation session. You went on the record saying that you asked for this money.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I asked for it after this board agreed to make the ask, because as you noted earlier, Mr. Ishbia has been promising a donation to defray the cost of construction since we got started. So we wanted to make that proper ask at the appropriate time with the knowledge and consent of all 7 board members.
I differ with that also. I don't think you had the consent of all 7 board members.
I think I have the direction from all of you about how to respond. So thank you for the exercise.
Thank you for walking through that.
Is there any way public comment could go next?
The next, so are we done with 4.4?
Yeah.
You want to take it from the top? Staff reports is section 5. So, Costa?
Just real quick, tomorrow is the tree lighting at Dwyer Park, so that's gonna be that's a fun event.
5?
It starts, 5 o'clock to about 6:30 typically is the time. I think the lighting is about 6:05, and Santa should be there right thereafter. So come out and enjoy some cocoa, some cookies, and a great community event.
Terrific.
We'll leave that.
It's always a good night. It should be nice weather.
For sure.
Alyssa, or Jim, I'm sorry, Alyssa, let me start with you.
One quick
My
comment.
apologies.
Cook County started dispensing the second installment of taxes that were delayed back in August. We received the first payment today.
Nice, good
We'll
day.
see more.
Good news.
The cash?
Yes.
Bitcoin.
Is that it?
That's all I have, yes.
Alyssa, any comments or reports?
I was just gonna highlight the tree lighting, and then we have our winter carnival on Saturday morning. So Santa will be also busy there this weekend, so feel free to stop by with your family.
Will do. Denise?
Nothing from me.
Matters of the Director, JP?
Quick update, we're probably focused on December 12th for the collaborative celebration with the Winnetka Platform Tennis Club. So mark your calendars accordingly.
December 12th?
December 12th.
May I make an inquiry of the executive director? I sent you, well, we talked, and then I sent you an email earlier this week. It appears that we are missing about 3 years of the beginning of our formal Park District record. We are missing the dates from formation in August of 1904 through April of 1907. I was hopeful that we might find duplicates either at the library or the Historical Society. That has not proven true. I know that you have had a retired property attorney, Tom Kehoe, in, and I know he's doing abstracts. I just wondered, I saw that in one of the invoices he had done a deep dive into Maple. I wondered if perhaps you might ask him if, as part of that, he has found any duplicates of that record.
I think I found some of that today, and I had an email into Adam Simon to try and get further back into 1903, which is where I think some level of our documents may have started, but I did find some 1904 documents going through our files. So I have more work to do, but I'll bring that forward once I get a better understanding of what's there and the dates for each of the documents.
What's interesting is that Ms. Baker was working on a schedule of ordinances back in 2021, and we're missing our first 9 ordinances. And so as of that time, she apparently had the record. So I'm just hopeful that they just got shuffled around and maybe in some other file.
Yeah, we are not missing the first 9 ordinances. I actually read them today.
So you have them, they're not in the book.
No, I don't know which records you're looking at, but I
The
easily
first,
found
that's.
them. Yeah, I got them, so we don't need to argue where they're at, but I
That's
found them.
great, you found them. Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, nice, good find. Anything else? No. Thanks, JP. Any board liaison reports? Hearing none. We have remarks from visitors, part 2. You do or do not? Excuse me, Katie, hold on a second. My agenda has nothing, but this one does.
It's a board meeting, so.
I think in a special board meeting, you do have to have second.
Yeah, it's a board meeting.
I'm okay with it, I'm just curious, I want to make sure I'm following the script. right.
Yeah, because typically in a committee of the whole meeting, there's only one public comment. Because this is a special board meeting, we're following that protocol.
Great. Katie, you want to go first?
He told me to wait.
Here it comes.
Okay, I want to say some positive comments that don't count to my 3 minutes. Can I do that?
So all 3 minutes.
Not at 9:57.
It's compliments for you guys, if you want them. Okay, then I won't give them to you. I gotta make my other comments. Is this on? Oop. I have to say, I've worked for Winnetka, for public land, for almost 40 years. And in my entire life, ever, I have never seen anything crazier than the document that you reviewed tonight. And I'm disappointed you even reviewed it. I cannot believe you want to move forward with a gentleman that made an agreement with you 3 years ago. I think it was 3. Pardon me, but I wasn't prepared tonight for this section because I really didn't think you'd discuss this. But you had a man that asked for a buffer zone, no water fountain, no walking, trees, louvers, planter boxes, drones to fly over, maintenance, he got to choose what was fixed, and he has spent $1 million of our money, and now you want to enter into another agreement? I think this is the craziest idea I've ever heard of in my entire life. He could, and there's no time frame. Mr. Hemming, you get a compliment tonight because you did a great job, and I am very proud of you because there is no time frame I would ever get into any agreement because we'll get $1 million bill of law firms that I thought you worked for the other side tonight. I don't understand who is representing me as the public. I am the public, I am the taxpayer. We are giving him naming rights, 100 years, everything he wishes, drones, planter boxes, louvers, water fountains, no access. The amount of things he asked for, what is in it for us in this agreement? What does the public gain? What do we gain? What did you say?
Nothing.
Well, I'd like to hear what you said.
Nothing.
I'll look at the tape, so you might as well tell me now.
He said $3 million.
Okay, $3 million, it's $2 million because we've already spent $1 million. And $2 million is peanuts. So that's my response to $2 million. I don't even want the $2 million. I'll find you $2 million. But this man and this deal has gone on forever. It's costing us millions. You're benefiting, but we're not benefiting. I am not benefiting from this. This is the worst public agreement, barring the one that was 2.5 years ago. Who's fighting for us? You guys, you weren't here when he asked for all these things and came to the meeting and he personally said what he wanted. And then he gave us a master agreement that had this craziness. You weren't here either. But that's why we're so mad. I want my views. I want no walls. I definitely don't want a wall in the middle. I do not want to swim in the crappy side of the beach. I want the sunny side of the beach. I want the dogs to go to Tower Road. You've been given free land by the village. Free land. And you're not taking it for the dogs. You're giving them, 400 feet of land? $40 million worth of land? 50 million? I'm not going to look at the red if it's red. You guys, this deal is not for the public. I am not getting any of the things we've asked for 2.5 years. No views, no rocks, $20 million, and now you want to give him naming rights and a ribbon cutting ceremony? This is like Saturday Night Live.
Thank you, Katie.
Yeah.
Public remarks or remarks from visitors? Anybody else? Hey, Ted, welcome back. All right, Chuck.
Actually, it doesn't need to come.
Chuck Dowling, 968 Elm Street. First of all, I want to thank you for this open discussion. It's been very revealing. I really appreciate all of your comments. And I just have one question, it's a point of information. One of your consultants indicated that part of the reason for the large breakwaters was the fact that there was downcutting of the clay. I spent several hours looking for this through any data that actually verifies this assertion by your consultant. As far as I know, there's only one document, and that was produced by Mr. Shabika. I cannot get a copy of this. I checked with someone who just wrote a PhD thesis on a model for downcutting, and they had to use lab data. They did not refer even to Mr. Shabika's article. So I'm wondering if it would be possible for the Park District to produce this article from your consultant. Could that be done? So I would appreciate that.
We'll inquire with staff.
To validate the assertion and the drawings in your plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you. Ted?
Hi.
Hello, Doug Manchenko. So, couple things. First, I was listening actually. So I know, the Corps and the IDNR actually will review things like fencing on top of piers, because that's why the Seach cable that was originally on the knot pier at the south end of the Ishbia property is no longer there because it wasn't appropriate. But first, thank you
I understand why this now was on the meeting, and perhaps my comments at the beginning were a little hasty, and I appreciate that there seems to be some concern about this agreement. But from the things I heard, the comments I want to make is, first, the suggestion that they have to give the money in stages because the park district has gone back on its deals. You know what, in my opinion, the Ishbia side of this has been deceptive, delusional, has shown no respect for the community, this board, anyone. They are the ones that have to have safeguards because they have been the ones that have been untruthful and have constantly changed the narrative. So the idea that it's the park district that needs to be watched closely in the delay is ridiculous. And if it is true that it really wasn't a negotiation and this was what presented, then that's it. I agree. If this is what they want, then it's a no, and they should be, again, even more ashamed for wasting everyone's time with a statement of a benefit that they had no intent of ever providing. This was never a donation. This was a contract. This was a way to get something that they want and make no, I mean, I know we've talked about how it's not really together, but he wants certain things. He doesn't want phase 2. He wants parts of phase 1 that he wants to maintain for 100 years because it has a benefit for him, whether he admits it or not publicly. And it just shows an ongoing lack of respect for everyone in this community, for this board, for all our time. And it's just a shame. I mean, I think, I don't know, I mean, I could get really kind of off the trails here, but I mean, if he wants to really be an oligarch, maybe he should move to Russia. I don't know. I know that was a little bit, sorry. I was getting a little bit sorry. This is way past my bedtime. I'm getting up in like 5 hours. So.
Me too. Thanks, Ted. Mary, you were itching to go, yeah?
Well, I think this was a good discussion. I'm really rather sorry we had to have that come to this board in that form because I was out of control as far as the document. Winnetka Park District does not need this donation to survive. Of course, I'm all for grants. It's free money. And no person should control what this Winnetka Park District wants to do with their land. That whole part was just beyond me. Don't sell our land at all. I am not for you selling the land. Money is not that important. It can be gotten different ways, but no, don't sell off our land. We will never replace it. And this community supports its parks. There's no question. No naming rights. Naming rights, we don't need naming rights. Again, it brings in money. It's a poor way to get money. So, you know, I'm very passionate about the parks, but I don't think that donation is an important thing at all, and they're absolutely, in my mind, I mean, this 100 years, again, I'll say it, was a joke. I thought it was a joke anyway. There should be no term given to them at all to control our parks. None. But thanks for your time. Thanks for going through the discussion openly, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Mary. Thanks for sticking around. Sherry?
Yeah, just like, I want to thank all of you for all this time and for, what'd you have, 48 hours to review this 4 or 5 page document? 48 hours? That's unacceptable. But then you have this important discussion and debate and counterpoint to each other without really, I mean, you're kind of rushing through this. Again, where's the transparency here? The community, most in the community just heard about this. You guys just get this landed in your inboxes. I don't understand why it takes so long. You did a great job, especially the 3 of you on my left. So thank you for that. And again, the transparency is totally lacking. We're hearing about
hearing about relationships. It makes one wonder, like, what other sort of financial or friendly relationships are kind of going on behind the scenes. I know there's a lot of chatter on this community regarding that. Maybe we need to look into some financial disclosures of some of you up here. You have no evidence that the community wants this. I am baffled that you're spending this, our time, your time, and your resources. We keep hearing about the 2030 beach plan. That was done almost 10 years ago. There's nothing current that supports spending this kind of money, these resources in this land on this massive project. Most people don't want it. I didn't hear anybody in here tonight support it. That, coupled with the lack of transparency, the process, the confusion, the changes, give it up, guys. Give it up. Just let it go. Give it up. Fix Centennial. Fix the bluff fix Elder. Fix the bluff at Centennial, and give it up. We don't need this giant beach that won't be staffed, that won't be utilized, and that's too much money. Good night. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Sherry.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Susie?
Well, I'd like to thank everybody, including those people who may be online and trying to listen to all of this, but there has been an enormous amount of citizen participation on phones and emails and texting today, and it represents the last 2.5 or so years of everybody really concerned about this project. Everything that has been said from the behind me tonight reflects a real deep care by the Winnetka Park District residents. And your discussion, your open, transparent discussion tonight, it was very beneficial for all of us. And I just want to say thank you for that. You've heard negatives, you've heard positives. But I'd like to end it on asking you to really seriously go forward and do what is right for the taxpayers and the Winnetka Park District residents. We don't need a Taj Mahal. We just need our parks well maintained and taken care of and open to all of our residents. Thank you.
Any additional remarks from visitors?
Can I make the second one? Can I thank you?
At 10:11? Sure, Katie, we could use some compliments at this hour.
I'd like to go on record that Warren and I agreed tonight on the control, and I appreciate you saying that tonight, okay?
Been consistent for 3 years.
I'm just saying, we agreed tonight, and I was giving you, take the compliment, Warren. Colleen, as always, thank you for your law background and helping represent us, and being stalwart in representing the public. Cynthia, same comment. James, I really appreciate you tonight. I think that we needed someone additional to say this is not a good deal. So I appreciate that. And happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you all for attending. As volunteers within the Park District, I can assure you we all love the Park District just as much as you do. And we thank you for attending. At this point, may I have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to 5 ILCS 120, Section 2C1, for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees in the public body, and 5 ILCS 120, Section 2C3, for the selection of a person to fill a public office, including a vacancy in public office when the public body is given power under law or ordinance, or the discipline, performance, or removal of the occupant of a public office when the public body is given power to remove the occupant under law or ordinance, and 5 ILCS 120, Section 2C5, for the purchase or lease of property, and 5 ILCS 120, 2C6, for the setting of a price for sale.
Guys,
We're in a
guys.
meeting, please.
Excuse me. 5 ILCS 122C6 for the setting of a price or sale or lease of property, and 5 ILCS 122C11 for litigation, when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent. That was a motion.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? No. Roll call?
Commissioner Root?
Yes.
Commissioner Tyson?
Yes.
Commissioner Lesson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hemmings?
Yes.
Commissioner James?
Yes.
Commissioner Rapp?
Yes.
Commissioner Coto?
Yes.
That motion passes.
Now we're at 10:13. We're going to move into closed session. Thank you, everybody.
Eric, are we allowed to get the first draft of this? Is the public allowed?